Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. This is a show in which you can participate. You can do so by calling in at the number on my background, 657-233-0878. There's also a Zoom link in the description if you prefer to call in that way. Do we have any chats yet? No chats yet. I engage a lot with people in the chat. Now is a good time to do a chat. If you would like to get us started on the first topic of the day. All right, so do I have any channel news to give you? I don't think so. Nick is here. Hi, Nick. Channel member with a star by his name. That reminds me, I want to get a super chat goal started here. I'm going to create one right now. So if you want to help financially support the show, I would definitely appreciate that. And in return, I will give you some value by giving your chats priority. So you can do super chats of any amount, 99 cents and higher. Okay. And the goal is now active. All right. So I want to give priority to people who are here live. So if you want to do a chat now, you don't have any competition, I will address your chats, take your questions. Last time, I think I should have done a search on your name, Nick. I was at a point in the show when I wanted to engage with chats, and I said, let me know if you're still here in the chat, and then I'll give your chat priority. And I think you and one or two other people mentioned you were there. And I started scrolling through the chat to find chats by those people who said they were still here. But I think I should have done a search instead of a scroll, because then I would have found your name quicker, and I hadn't engaged as much with your chats. I think there was only a few from you, but that would have been a quicker way for me to find your chats. So I'll try to keep that in mind. I did a TikTok debate last night. That's a platform which I have an account on, but I don't post much there. But sometimes I scroll through it and I find other people doing live debates on TikTok. And I joined one last night. Maybe I can tell you a little about that. Nick says I didn't do that many chats last time. Yeah. Well, that's why I think I should have done a search on your name, because there weren't many from you, and I wanted to spread the time around and give some other people like you some more time, since I had been engaging more with other people. So since there weren't many chats from you, if I were just to scroll through the chat log, it would have taken me a while to get to yours, and I don't think I ever got to yours. But if I did a search, Control F, Command F, I would have found it more quickly. So that's what I think I'll do going forward. If there's someone who hasn't done a lot of chats, but I know they're here and they're channel supporters, I want to give those people some time as well. So a quicker way to find their chats would be to do Command F. So I did a debate on TikTok last night. I don't think it was recorded, or at least I'm not aware. It was a communist I was debating, Vegan Bolshevik is the guy's name. And there were... I listened to it for a few minutes, and then I decided to request to join the panel. There were about 4 or 5 people on a live debate stage. And I don't remember exactly what they were discussing when I first joined, but once they let me on the panel, it took me a few minutes before I said anything, because I was waiting for a moment to jump in when I felt like I had something relevant to say on the topic. And I finally jumped in when they were talking about the airline industry. And I don't know what exactly they were saying. Maybe something about they thought it would work better if it were nationalized and run by the government. And then I said, how about freedom in the airline industry? And then that started a discussion of whether free market principles would work. And ended up the entire time I was on the debate and active, I think it was about 50 minutes. So close to an hour. And we started on the airline industry, and then it shifted over to COVID. Like, how would the airline industry sustain itself during a time like COVID when no one is flying planes? Are we just going to let the airline industry go bankrupt? And then the industry is going to be destroyed. We can't have that. So we got to have the government subsidize the airline industry. And then I said some things trying to rebut that. Like, one thing, maybe my best point was on that was I didn't think the airline industry would go bankrupt or be destroyed just because of something like COVID if we had rational government policies surrounding COVID. Like, if you forbid everyone to fly, then maybe the airline is not going to be making any money, yet they're still going to have to be paying rent to the airport, perhaps, and then they're just going to be losing money. But I said, well, if we didn't lock everyone down and we allowed people still to travel, and only people who were especially vulnerable to COVID, like people who are old and frail, they can self-isolate, and they don't have to go out and about traveling if they think it's a risk to their health. But why should the rest of the population who's not vulnerable, who's not in danger of dying or getting severely ill, why should they be forced not to travel? So I don't think the airline is going to lose all or most of its revenue just because of something like COVID. So there's no need for a government subsidy to keep it going, even during a time like COVID. So that was one point I made. And then we got onto some thought experiments, some hypotheticals, some emergency cases. He asked the main guy, the communist whose channel this was. At one point, he raised the hypothetical. I'm in a hospital bed on life support, and there are other people in the same room who are also in hospital beds on life support, and somehow my life support gets unplugged from the wall. He asked me, well, would I unplug the life supports of the other 2 people in the room and steal their plug and then plug it into the socket next to me or something like this? I'm not entirely clear on how it's supposed to work. But anyway, the idea is it okay for me to kill these other 2 people in order to save myself? And at one point I said, yeah, I guess it is, if it's not my fault. Like, if somehow my bed gets unplugged and through no fault of my own, and I guess first I said, I wouldn't just immediately unplug the other people. I would call for a doctor or a nurse and say, hey, I got unplugged. Please fix this. And then he said, oh, well, you can't call on a doctor or nurse. They're not around. And then I said, okay, well, maybe I would unplug the other people to save myself. But I said this is an emergency sort of case. This is not a normal thing you need to do in order to live, is to kill other people in order to survive yourself. So, and there were various other hypotheticals that we discussed, but that was one of them. It would be nice if there were a recording of this, but I looked. I didn't see a YouTube channel for this guy. I think he's only on TikTok. So, if there were a recording, maybe I would see if I could post it on my channel. But anyways, that was my little adventure into TikTok last night, and I might try to do some more debates like that. I got a few more followers on TikTok after I did the debate, so I'm building a little audience over there. I see someone just came into the YouTube chat asking, is Ayn Rand good? Go ahead. Well, I certainly think so. I think she was a genius with many crucially important philosophical ideas that are true and pro-life, pro-happiness. So I think Ayn Rand is great. I think her ideas, her philosophy is crucial to living a good life for yourself and for making the world a better place. Have you read Ayn Rand? Do you have an opinion? All right, so we got lots we can talk about. I have many topics listed on my backgrounds here. Someone just asked about Ayn Rand here, and she is the theme of my channel. So my views on all of the issues, all the topics listed on my background are informed by what I've learned from Ayn Rand. All right, so what else can I talk about? I can give you a little reading update. I do want to give priority to your chats, so feel free to chat at any time. But until we get some chats coming in, I'm just riffing off of some other material. I can give you a little reading update. I've been reading a lot about the history of technology in early America, like the oil industry in the 19th century, Rockefeller. And I finished the article on Wikipedia about Rockefeller, and many related articles. Like there was, I also read the article on Henry Flagler, who was a co-founder of Standard Oil, and he also helped develop Florida, at least the east coast of Florida. We got Florida Nick in the chat here. I don't know if you're on the east coast, but I was reading about Rockefeller and Henry Flagler in the oil industry. And then I switched over to the railroad industry. Excuse me. That's where I'm on right now. And Rockefeller helped get me interested in that because he did deals with the railroad industry. So he would get special discounts or rebates from railroad companies to ship his oil because he provided so much of their business that I guess he had some leverage over the rates they were charging him. I think he had over 90% of the oil refining business in the late 19th century. So who else are the railroads going to ship oil from, right? There's not many other customers. So if he's your major customer, then he can apply some pressure, economic pressure, and he was able to get special discounts or rebates from the railroads. And that got me interested in learning about just the railroads in general, apart from their relation to Rockefeller in particular. So I started reading about the railroad industry, and that's the latest thing I've been studying on Wikipedia. Been learning some about steam engines related to that. So before there were steam locomotives, there were horse-drawn trains or wagons. They were called the wagon ways, and there were various like wheel designs and rail designs. They're called flanges. These little kind of L shapes on the rails to help keep the wheels on the rails. Because if you just have a wheel on a rail, it might slip off. But if your rail is in the shape of an L, then the wheel will kind of butt up against that as it's traveling forward, so it doesn't fall off the rail. Now, eventually, instead of putting the L shape on the rail, they put the L shape on the wheel. So now, if you just, in today's railroads, if you just go out to, you look at a railroad, it's just going to be a flat rail. There's no little L or lip called a flanges, something like that. But the wheels do have that. So to help keep the wheels, they might have a flange on both sides, so it's kind of a U-shape or upside down U-shape to keep it on the tracks, keep the wheels on the tracks. Or maybe there's just an L shape just on one side of the wheel, but not on both. And that also helps keep it on the track. So there was that kind of technology, but it wasn't steam powered. But starting in the late 18th century, the late 1700s, there was the development of the steam engine. So originally, steam engines, they were used to pump water out of mines, I think. I think that was one of their early usages. But then there was an engine developed by Thomas Newcomen in Britain, I believe, in 1712. But it wasn't very efficient compared to James Watts's steam engine. He made some refinements to the design of the steam engine that made it more efficient. More power per unit of fuel needed to power the steam engine. And I think his revised version of the steam engine was in 1764. And I think that was used in textile factories to power machines. So these were just stationary steam engines used in factories. And then eventually he came up with an idea of putting this in a moving vehicle to power vehicles. And I think he got a patent on it in the 1780s. And then I think he had an employee who, William Murdoch, I'm not sure if that was the name, but he had an employee who actually developed his idea that he had patented into an actual model, a working model. And then that was used just as on an experimental basis in the first locomotive. And then I think early 1800s, another Brit, Trevithnik or something, I forget the name, in 1804, he developed another model. I guess more experimental models. I don't know that it was commercially successful yet at this time. I think it might have taken a couple more decades for the steam engine models to actually be commercially successful. But then starting in 1820s, 1830s, it started to be used, I think, in a commercial kind of way. You get the first steam engines used in locomotives to transport freight or people. So I've been reading some about that development. I see some more chats just came in here from student teacher, which I'll read in a minute. Just to finish the train story a little bit. So engines were developed. steam engines were used throughout the 19th century and into the 20th century, but eventually they were replaced with electric-powered engines and diesel engines. So the engine technology changed. And these days, I think most trains or most locomotives run on a hybrid of diesel and electric, or just electric. But right now, I'm focused on the early railroad industry during the Industrial Revolution. Excuse me. When they were running on steam. All right, so we got some more chats here from Student Teacher and Vasilius. I saw you here. Hello. Last time you were here. Benjamin Gunderson. Hello. Thanks, by the way, for the likes on the stream. That'll help promote this in the algorithm. I'm just going to pull the stream up here on my phone. Okay. I just gave the stream a like myself. Up to 4 likes now. Thank you. And thanks for any new subscribers as well. Oh, hi, John. John Wayne is here also. All right. Yeah, you're in Europe. I remember that. You were talking. I saw you were talking in German with one of the other chatters last time. Roman Viking, I think. You and he were talking in German. Okay. I guess I should share this chat on this screen now. Let me do that. Rand argued that self-sacrifice is inherently destructive. Her stance lacked compassion as it dismisses the value of charity, social welfare, and mutual aid in supporting marginalized communities. She also strongly opposed government intervention in social welfare programs, calling them evil, only for her and her husband later on to use Social Security and Medicare. Have you ever read Ayn Rand, Student Teacher? I've addressed this issue about Social Security on my channel many times. There are various videos on my channel about it. But I guess you're new here, so you haven't seen all that before. That's okay. We can talk about this as long as it's civil. I don't know why you say her stance lacked compassion. Is it compassionate to coerce people? Are you in favor of coercing people? Is that compassionate? Confiscating what people have earned? Does compassion mean stealing from some and giving it to others? Is that a good thing? I don't know why you say dismisses the value of charity. She didn't dismiss the value of charity. She didn't think it was a primary feature of life that should be made the most important thing. Like some industrialist creates a huge fortune like Rockefeller, and that's not important. What's important is that he engage in philanthropy or charity later in life. I think she would say, no, that's giving a wrong kind of emphasis to charity. There's nothing wrong per se with charity, but I think it plays a minor subsidiary role in life. It's not the all-important thing about life. Social welfare, well, what do you mean by that? Does that mean redistributing people's wealth by force, by coercing people? She was certainly against that. Mutual aid and supporting marginalized communities. What do you mean by marginalized communities? She's not against mutual aid if you mean charity. You say you have read Rand? I am new. I don't know why YouTube recommended this. You seem respectful enough. What is this channel, bro? Well, you can read the description on my channel. I promote Ayn Rand's ideas. That's the main goal with this channel, because I think her ideas are true and important, and I want to help more people become aware of them and understand them and eventually agree with them, if they make sense to you as they make sense to me. If you're forced to participate in a program like Social Security or Medicare, which you are through taxes, then you should be able to benefit from those programs. But that doesn't mean you can't advocate against them. There's nothing inconsistent about that. What if you're born in Soviet Russia and the government has total control over the food supply and you have to wait in bread lines to get your food? Should you not wait in the bread lines to get your little pittance because you're against the idea that the government should control the food supply? There's no inconsistency there. If you're forced to be part of a system, you should be able to take advantage of that. But that doesn't mean you can't advocate against the system for a better kind of system. What would be bad is to advocate for the expansion of Social Security or Medicare. She didn't do that. That would be implying that these are good programs to have. She was taxed her entire life, so she was entitled to Social Security, says Benjamin. Yeah, that's right. All right, I just addressed this one. There's nothing hypocritical about it. She didn't say you shouldn't take Social Security. She said you shouldn't advocate for it. But if you're forced to be part of that system, she didn't say you shouldn't partake in it. So I think it's a smear to say she's hypocritical for taking Social Security. Okay, I'll read the description. All right. Vasilius says, yeah, and I wanted to ask you, since I am in high school, if it is still a good option to study philosophy. So are you under 18? I don't usually have minors on my channel, I don't think. Or at least if I do, they don't say they're minors, but I'm not sure. how I should deal with that. Oh, it says you are 17, soon 18. What is the... You're in Germany, right? Or no, Serbia? I forget. What is the age of majority in Serbia? Oh, somebody's calling. Let me see if I can pick that up. Hello? Yes. Okay, were you in the YouTube chat? Oh, okay. Are we connected on Facebook? Okay, what are you interested in talking about? Excuse me? Okay, so what are you interested in talking about? Okay, we can try that. So this is Ricky, and I just turned your audio on. You want to discuss taxes and why am I against taxes? Well, I think taxes are bad because they coerce people and they violate people's freedom. You're not free to do what you want with your own money. You are forced by the government to donate some of it to the government for various programs like Social Security, Medicare, public education, welfare, etc. And
well, I feel like without our taxes, though, we wouldn't have police officers and we wouldn't have any sort of judicial government. I know our government's sucking terribly right now, but I just feel, well, at least in my opinion, but I feel like when we have our tax issues like this, I feel like if we didn't get taxed, like I get high percent tax, like 10%, 15%, like, yeah, I don't like that. But like I'm like the British overthrew tea over like 3%.
mm-hmm.
But I feel like when we get to a point of like 15%, yes, taxes are bad at 15, 20%, but we also have to pay for where we live in that we're protected. I know we have we have insane military for no reason, but it's like we do have to have some sort of tax. Like, do you feel like taxes, period, no taxes, or do you feel like large amounts?
No, I'm against all taxes. Like, I don't think it's right to steal any amounts. Like, it's not okay to steal. You go into a 7-Eleven and steal a candy bar that's worth 50 cents and say, oh, well, I didn't steal $1,000 worth of merchandise. I only stole a little bit of merchandise. No, I think all stealing is wrong. Likewise with taxation, I don't think it's right to coercively take any amount of people's money. And I don't think there wouldn't be police. There would be police and there would be a military, but they would be funded by voluntary means, not by coercive means.
Do you feel like the military is coercive? They're not volunteered?
Not the military itself. Well, I think it engages or should engage in wars of self-defense, not wars of aggression. But the way it's funded is through coercion because they're funded through tax dollars, and taxation is coercive.
So just the whole thing is, you think the whole thing is coercive? Like, you don't think anybody should be paying for any sort of taxes, correct? I'm just trying to get how you feel about that.
Right. I advocate a system of zero taxes, entirely voluntary.
My question is, how would the economy, how would our not our officials, but how would people do those sorts of jobs and roles that we need in America to continue to survive without taxation, like government roles, like how would we pay for the people who, I don't know, are people who stop threats and stuff? Like, what if there are nobody who wants to do that? Nobody who wants to stop people from threatening the United States, and now guess what? There's nobody there to protect that.
Well, it sounds like a country
Like, I know you
of
said it's
people.
voluntary, but
Yeah, well, it sounds like a country of people who don't care about their own self-defense. If no one's willing to join the police or the military, and I don't think a nation like that deserves to survive. I mean, if you're not going to lift a finger in your own defense, why would anyone vote to coercively force themselves to raise money? I think people would see it's in their own self-interest to have a police and a military, and they would, at least some people, would volunteer to be in the military or the police, or at least to help fund the military or the police. And then there would be a financial incentive to join it. If you're not doing it for free, you're getting paid to be in the military or to be in the police, you have reason to do it. And if you value your liberty, your freedom, like Patrick Henry, founding father, he said, "Give me liberty or give me death." They were willing to die for the cause of freedom. They saw how valuable it was. So I don't think there would be a lack of people to defend the cause of freedom. I think it's coercing people. That's when you have a hard time getting people to do something. That wasn't
100%.
clear.
Oh,
Yeah, go
no,
ahead.
100%. But my main question is, how would the economy work? Like, we need people to build our bridges, to build our roads, to build all sorts of like infrastructure. How would we have that infrastructure if we don't have tax dollars to pay for it? Because I know you say people will volunteer to pay for it, but I'm curious, like, if nobody, because all those materials again cost money, and then that money is jurisdicted by our government. So I'm curious, like, what you mean, as in, like, how you feel about that.
Well, I don't think it's any different than any other good, like shoes or food. How do you get food without taxes? How do you get shoes and clothing without taxes? You pay for it. People see that these things are in their self-interest, so they're willing to give money. Likewise, I want to be able to travel on the road. I would think you probably want to be able to travel on the road. So seems like you would be willing to pay money for that. I mean, you're willing to pay money for a car so that you can travel on the road. So people are willing to invest some resources to get some value in return. And it's no different than any other good.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to bother you, sir. I appreciate your opinions.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Okay. That was first call today. What was his name? I forgot what he said his name was. I'll have to check that later. All right. Where's my... Oh, yeah, I want to go back to the chat now. Yeah, you're in Serbia, you say. Oh, yeah, I was going to look up the age of majority in Serbia. In Serbia, the age of majority is 18. Oh, it's same as the U.S. All right. Well, I don't know if I should be engaging with minors without parental consent. I haven't thought about this. I don't think this situation has come up before for me on the live stream. Maybe I should Google that. Actually, yeah. All right, AI says yes, you can engage. You can generally engage with a minor in your YouTube live stream chat without parental consent. General online conversation with a minor is not inherently illegal. However, the rules depend on whether the minor is viewing your stream, chatting in it, or actively appearing on camera with you. A minor can watch your live stream and participate in the public chat without parental consent. Under YouTube's policies and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, you are prohibited from knowingly collecting a child's personal information, like their full name, address, or email, without verifiable parental consent. In a public chat, this simply means you should not ask for or record personal identifying information from users you know to be under 13. All right, well, you're not under 13. Not that I was going to ask you for that anyways. If the minor is a co-host or on camera, I guess I can share this. This is what I Googled. Can you engage with a minor in your live stream chat on YouTube? And then this was the overview that I just read, and then I was reading this more detailed description. If the minor is a co-host or on camera, if you are streaming together, YouTube's child safety rules state creators must be at least 16 to initiate or conduct a live stream. All right, well, you're at least 16. If a minor is between 13 and 15, all right, somebody else is calling. I don't think I was quick enough. You might have to call back. I don't think you heard it ring because the scene I was in did not have the audio turned on. I don't think any of these scenes had the audio turned on, which is actually as it should be. Okay, now it's ringing again. Let me try to pick this up. Hello, hello? Oh, my mic is not... Yeah, sometimes I have to reload the page or else my mic doesn't get picked up. Okay, sorry, can you try about one more time? Oh, you left a voicemail? All right. Let me see if I can... Transcription not available. Okay, I refreshed the page. So I think if you call back again, I should be able to pick it up. But sometimes it tells me I have to allow mics access. I don't know why it does that, but refreshing the page usually fixes that. All right, now it's ringing. Okay, I heard Tyler, and then a sound of laughter. So I think it might just be a troll. So if that was you, Tyler, can you identify yourself in the YouTube chat? Sometimes I have trolls who call in. I don't want to waste time on trolls. Please let me know in the YouTube chat if that was you, Tyler. All right, now I see a voicemail transcription that again makes me think this could be a troll. Based on what it says, which I'm not going to read. All right, now it's ringing again. Now it says unknown. It doesn't identify a number. I'm not going to take that call. Oh, Greg is here. Hi, Greg. Should I put this on Do Not Disturb? You're not hearing these rings, right? I don't think you are. All right, I was in the middle of reading the page about age of majority. If I hear it ring again, I might just ignore it if it looks like it's the same number, or if it says unknown, like the last caller, because I think that might be a troll. So you have a better chance on getting through if I see you on YouTube and I know who you are and you seem like you're probably not a troll. But if it's just some person who I have no idea about, then I'm less likely to take the call. All right, it says if a minor is between 13 and 15, they can only appear in or co-host a live stream if an adult is visibly present and actively involved in the stream. The adult must be fully co-creating with them, not just passively watching. All right, well, it doesn't look like there's a problem just engaging with you in chat here. All right, just wanted to look into that to make sure. So, all right, let me come back to the chat. Seven likes on the stream. Thanks for those. So what you would? Oh, now I see a voicemail from Travis, and somebody else is also calling. All right, maybe I'll take a chance on this. Oh, he just hung up. I was thinking about actually taking his call, but right as I was deciding whether to hit the button to accept, he hung up. That was Adam. He said his name was Adam. When you call the Google number, it asks you to state your name, and I heard him say his name was Adam, but then after I hear the name, the automated system says to accept, press 1. And I was thinking about pressing 1, but as I was thinking about it, he hung up. So maybe I'm just getting hit by a series of trolls here. Because usually I don't get this many calls from this many different numbers in such a short span of time, unless it's a wave of trolls. I think that's usually what it is. So again, if you participate in the YouTube chat so I can get some familiarity with you, you'll have a better chance of actually getting through. I will more likely want to take your call. Yeah, it's ringing again. That was the first person, Travis. Let me read your voicemail. Oh, the voicemail is from the unknown number, not the... Actually, I forget the name of the person who tried to call in from the first person after the one who actually got through. You say I was trying to debate about politics, especially around the current presidential election of Donald J. Trump and his future plans on America, especially North America. Of course, even though he does have some hands in South America. I don't really understand that. It's ringing again. I'm going to put the do not disturb on because I'm getting a lot of calls right now. And I think they might just be trolls. How about participating in the YouTube chat, Travis? Have you done that? Let me look at the chat. I don't see Travis in the chat. Sometimes people just make up stuff. Like this person, he says he wants to talk about Trump, but he could just be pretending like he has a legitimate topic. And then he might turn out to be a troll. That's happened before. Mike. I'm going to listen to that voicemail. But you're not going to hear it. Oh, I guess you said even though he does have some hands in South America, maybe the voice transcription just didn't capture your voice correctly. Well, that sounds more reasonable. This was from the unknown number, and it was a different number than the one where I heard somebody laugh. He said his name, and then he laughed. I forget the name of that person. Travis. All right, well, I'll give you a chance, Travis. If you want to call back, we can try a call. You were from the unknown number. I guess there could be multiple unknowns, but I'll take a chance if you want to call back in. Oh, I guess I have to turn off my do not disturb, which I just did. All right, I was just listening to his voicemail again. Not sure if it's a troll or not, but I'll give him a chance if he wants to try. See, it's up to 18 people. I think a lot, that which is higher than my normal viewer numbers, and I think that often happens when I get trolls. So there could just be a bunch of trolls right now. Maybe that's why the number is higher than usual. One person finds out about the stream, and then I think sometimes they might go back to their troll lair or wherever they come from and let other people know about it, and then other trolls come over. One of the things you got to deal with when you do a live stream. All right. Well, I don't know if he's going to call back. But in the meantime, I'm going to go back to the chat. All right. Well, now I can engage with Vasilius. He says he wanted to ask, since I am in high school, if it is still a good option to study philosophy. Maybe. I think it really depends on what your goals are. Do you mean study philosophy in college or university? It might be. Do you want to be a philosopher? If so, then it might make a lot of sense to study philosophy in college or university. You can get a degree, which might help you get a job as a philosopher, as a philosophy professor. But you can also just study it on your own as a hobby and learn a ton that way. But I think it really depends on what your goals in life are. And I don't know. Maybe you don't know. Sometimes it takes time to figure out what kind of life you want to live. But you could start small. It doesn't have to be, you could just take one course or read one book on philosophy just to get a taste of it. And then after doing that, you'll have a better sense of how interested you are in it. And that can help you just decide if it's good to study philosophy. If so, how much. So that's what I'll say on that. But you can follow up on that if you want. Also, I want to get your thoughts on Milton, Friedman, Hayek, Hoppe, paleolibs, and ancaps. Well, I'm against anarchy. And I don't think anarcho-capitalism is actually a thing. I think capitalism requires a government with a monopoly on the use of force. I've had some discussions or debates on my channel, which you can look up if you search for ANCAP on my channel. Milton Friedman, Hayek, Hoppe, Paleolibs. I don't know much about them. I know Milton Friedman and Hayek have a reputation for being free market economists. Hayek was from the Austrian school, and Milton Friedman was from the Chicago school, I believe. But I don't know much about those figures. I haven't read them myself. Hoppe, likewise, I haven't read. But insofar as they are anarcho-capitalists, I think that's closer to Hoppe than, I don't know about Hayek and Milton. But I think at least Hoppe might be an anarchist, or an anarcho-capitalist, so I would certainly have disagreements with him, but I can't comment in detail about his views. Paleolibs, I don't know what that is. Chill guy, even though I disagree. I'm curious what you disagree with. Are you a theist? No, I'm not. I'm an atheist. Oh, well, maybe here's a disagreement you have. You say the only tax I like is the labor value tax. Is that what that is? LVT? What is LVT? I got to look that up. Oh, land value tax. A levy on the assessed value of unimproved land, intentionally excluding the value of any buildings, personal property, or other improvements made to it. Okay, well, I guess that's a disagreement we have. I don't think there should be any tax. Sorry. I don't think there should be any taxes. What gives the right to tax? What gives the government a right to tax land? The chat jumped forward. I'm trying to... Okay. Took me a few seconds to scroll back to where I was. By the way, the super chat is open. So if you want me to give your chat priority, you can put some dollars on it. And I will go straight to it. Just click that $sign button next to the chat box. And you can do a super chat. Or a super sticker. Oh, Audrey is here. Hi, Audrey. Tax the rich. All profit is unpaid labor wages anyway. Sounds like a Marxist. I certainly don't agree with that. Why do you support land value tax? Oh, Ricky. That was the name of the person? Okay. The person who... So when you first call in the Google voice number, it says, please say your name after the tone. And then he said, Ricky. Ha 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 ha. He started laughing. So I thought it might be a troll. All right, so it was Ricky, not Travis. Travis is the one who left the voicemail. I had him confused with Ricky. But Travis hasn't tried to call back in. Maybe he left. Maybe he gave up. Maybe he was a troll. But I said he could call back in if he wants. Thanks for the reminder, Greg. You got consent as I frequently go to debate clubs with older people. So DW. What is DW? I think I got my answer on this from Google's AI overview, Greg. Sorry for causing this disturbance. Oh, no problem. I appreciate your participation. I just wasn't sure how to handle that situation because it hasn't come up before. Sit back and enjoy the ride, says Greg. Good, you're not hearing the ringing. My audio settings were working as they should. Do you like Mao Zedong? Do you like Karl Marx? No and no. Have you read Capital Volume 1? I've read part of it, just the beginning. I think I read somewhere between 40 and 80 pages many years ago. I've read the Communist Manifesto a couple times. That's a much shorter work. He advocates the abolition of private property. STV? What is STV? Now I gotta look that up. All right, that didn't turn up anything. What about TRPF? Okay, there's another one I don't know. Tendency of the rate of profit to fall. That happens over time. Once you get more competition in an industry, at first maybe the profits are high, but then other people see that and that attracts them to that industry. But then they might offer the same product for at lower rates, and then that bids down the rate of profit. Well, there's a lot to know about Marx. That even if you don't know that one point, that doesn't mean you don't know anything about Marx. Mad Honey Beaking. Oh, Bee King. Mad Honey Bee King. It says the philosophical analysis of sacrifice is the exact theme noticed in modern abortion. Ending another life in hope for your better life. Well, I don't think ending the life of a fetus is a violation of rights, because I don't think the fetus has rights. Because I don't think the fetus is a human being until it's born and becomes a separate entity. No Jesus boys calling in today to defend the Lord. Well, I don't know. Maybe some of the people who did call in wanted to do that, but I didn't take all the callers because it seemed like they might be trolls. I was getting troll vibes. Oh, DW is don't worry. Okay. STV is subjective theory of value. One doesn't need to be an expert on something to speak about that something. Yeah, at least to a certain extent. Just don't speak as an expert if you're not an expert, but you can speak as a non-expert. Just don't pretend like you know more than you do. All right, let's see. I'm looking at the bottom of the chat now. Should I jump forward to that or just keep going in order here? I guess I'll jump ahead just for a little bit. Because John asked a question I want to engage with. He says, what do you think of a priori knowledge without experience? I don't think it exists. I think all knowledge depends on experience. So you could call that a posteriori. That's the technical term that's sometimes used for that. That's part of being an empiricist as opposed to a rationalist. Those terms in the history of philosophy are used to distinguish between two schools of thought. The empiricists thought all knowledge was based on experience, and rationalists thought you could have innate knowledge that doesn't require experience. And this was a debate especially in the early modern period. John Locke was an empiricist, and Descartes was a rationalist, and I don't know if Locke directly engaged with Descartes, but I do know he, in his work Essay Concerning Human Understanding, he has some polemics against rationalists and the idea of innate knowledge. But I don't know if he mentions Descartes by name or some of the other rationalists like Leibniz and Spinoza. But there are some polemics there against rationalism. And I agree with the empiricist side of that debate. Locke's side, which is also, you could put Ayn Rand and Aristotle on that side. Whereas Plato, he would be in the rationalist camp. Okay. That's jumping ahead a bit. Let me go back to where I was. We're up to 8 likes. Thank you. 17 people watching. Well, maybe we got some legitimate watchers here and not just trolls, because the numbers are staying high. Higher than usual. Good to see. Okay, so I read this one. Okay, so then there's another one from Mad Honey Bee King. I don't know if you're still here. To then assert that abortion is ending a life, you analyze consciousness. Consciousness is an emergent measured property found in the microtubules of neurons. I've heard someone say something along those lines. I forget the name of the philosopher or psychologist or neuroscientist. I forget who exactly it was who is associated with this idea of the importance of microtubules to consciousness. This is some kind of cell components. I'm looking up microtubules in consciousness. See if I recognized any names. Oh, Penrose in Hammeroff. The connection between microtubules and consciousness is a prominent yet controversial idea in science, theorized by physicist Sir Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Dr. Stuart Hammeroff. Okay. Well, I don't think I don't think consciousness is relevant to the abortion issue. I don't think something acquires rights just because it has consciousness. So even if the fetus or embryo does have some consciousness, I don't think that gives it rights. I don't think it has rights until it becomes a human being, which it doesn't become until it is a physically separate entity. So being physically separate is relevant, whereas I don't think consciousness is. Animals have consciousness, but I don't think they have rights. All right, looks like Robert is a communist. He says no policy except communism will solve this. I don't know what this or this is, but some kind of problem in the world. But he thinks communism is the solution. Why should I live for the sake of other people? Communism says the group or the community, the state, is the supreme value and the individual just lives to serve that. But why? Why should my life be in service to something other than myself? Waiting to see this guy's opinion on abortion. All right, well, I gave you my opinion on abortion. But maybe we can discuss it further if you want. I would call in, but I agree with most of your good list, says Papa Guth. Okay. That's interesting that you agree with most of it. Have you read Ayn Rand? I wonder if that's why you agree. Because I have a lot of controversial views there. So I think it's pretty unusual for people to agree with everything there, unless they're objectivists, that is, people who follow Ayn Rand's philosophy. Someone clip this dude. What do you mean? Are you talking about me or somebody else? What do you want clipped? All liberals are National Socialists, i.e. Nazis? Why would you say that? Communists are International Socialists? Oh, paleolib is paleolibertarian. Okay, well, I still don't know what that is. I can look that up. But libertarians often are anti-state. So if that's part of paleolibertarianism, then I would oppose it. Let's see. AI says paleolibertarianism is a right-wing political strategy developed in the late 80s by theorists Murray Rothbard and Lew Rockwell. It combines radical free market anarcho-capitalism with the cultural conservatism of paleoconservatism. It champions property rights and voluntary exchange while opposing egalitarianism and state welfare. Well, I disagree with the anarcho part. I've heard that Murray Rothbard became very anti-Ayn Rand's, at least later in his life. At one time, I think he was very much a fan of Rand, but later he turned against her. And I certainly don't agree with the anarcho part. I meant clip as in someone look at this dude's stupid arguments. Oh. Since he called liberals National Socialists. It doesn't necessarily have to be anti-state. I'm a minarchist, you say. Well, if you're an anarchist, isn't that anti-state? It says part of paleolibertarianism is anarcho-capitalism. See it on the screen? Paleolibertarianism combines radical free market anarcho-capitalism with cultural conservatism. I'm against this anarcho part. And I take that to mean anti-state. Well, maybe you're not a paleolibertarian then. If you're what you call a minarchist. I'm wary of that term minarchist because it suggests it's very close to anarchy. Like if you imagine a line and you plot different types of political systems on it, and at one end you have anarchy, no government, and on the other end you have totalitarianism, which is like the biggest kind of government you could have. It totally controls people's lives. But I think anarchy and totalitarianism are actually both systems in which there's lots of coercion. It's just maybe in one it's much more chaotic than the other, but I don't think your rights are going to be protected in an anarchic system. In minarchism suggests you're very close to that. It's not that there's zero government. There's a little bit of government, just a minimal amount. But I don't think so-called minimal government is very similar to anarchism. I think it's radically different. So I think it's somewhat misleading to call it minarchism. I think limited government is a good term for it, or maybe capitalism. Although that term is often misunderstood, I think. But because I think minarchism suggests it's very similar, just a little bit different than anarchism, when in fact I think it's radically different, I don't use the term minarchism for Rand's kind of limited government view. I think Greg Salmieri has a good lecture on this. He's an objectivist philosopher. And he helped me get clear on this point that I just made to you about the political spectrum. I think the lecture might be called The Nature of Government, something like that. I think it's actually a series of lectures he and Ancar gave a few years ago. That's another objectivist philosopher, Ancar. Socialism is great until you run out of other people's money to fund the welfare queens, says Papa Guth. Well, I don't think it's great even before you run out of other people's money. You shouldn't even begin to forcibly take other people's money. I disagree on theism mostly and some of economy. Okay, so you're a theist, and I understand how you disagree on taxes because you've said you support a land value tax, so maybe that's part of the economics issue where you disagree. Although you might say it's not just an economics issue, it's a politics issue. I think coercion versus freedom is the fundamental issue in politics, and taxes involve coercion. Oh, this is why you disagree on economy? Because of hoarders and speculators? People have a right to do what they will with their own money. If someone wants to hoard, they should have a right to do that. It's their money. If they want to speculate, why shouldn't they be able to do it? It's their money. Who are you to tell them what to do with their money? Now, I don't know that people who are often accused of hoarding actually are hoarding. I think often, at least very wealthy people, they invest their money. They don't just put it under a mattress, so to speak, and do nothing with it. It's nice to have roads and fire stations. I agree. And I think we would have better roads and better fire stations if we had a fully voluntary private system. A fundamental difference between socialism and communism, says Audrey. Socialism violates rights by vote. Communism by direct force. The first is suicide, the second is murder. Ayn Rand makes that point. I could look that up in the lexicon, the Ayn Rand lexicon. It's a great resource for learning about Rand's views. But I'm just going to go on. Murder is based, as in cool, says Robert. Why would you say that? Am I going to have to block you? Is Robert still here? Oh, I see some hand waves, so maybe that means he left. All right, looks like there's some vulgarity, perhaps, from Papa Guth. Let's keep it clean here. Yeah, what? I don't... What does it mean? Analytic truths discovered by pure reason, like bachelors are unmarried men? Is that an example of an analytic truth? I don't know that that's a valid concept. A truth that you can know just by analyzing the meanings of the terms involved. I mean, once you know that a bachelor is an unmarried man, then you could say, okay, well, if I know that John is a bachelor, then I know automatically he's unmarried. But first you have to learn what unmarried means. And that involves some kind of experience. You don't have innate knowledge coming out of the womb of what marriage is. All right, looks we got some comments here on Israel. Which looks like it's probably a smear. Is that his only comment? Oh, I have to change the chat on my phone to all messages instead of just top messages because I'm missing some chats. Oh, Mellow Mao is here. Hi, Mellow Mao. I saw your comment on my last video, by the way. Thanks for that. Maybe we can talk about that some. I think Israel often gets smeared. Israelis bought lands from a lot of the land that's held by Israelis was purchased in legal transactions. So why do you say land theft? Apartheid? Why do you say that? You can be Arab and be part of the Israeli parliament. Can you not? White supremacy? Why would you say that? Are Israelis, do they even count as white? And even if they do, why would you say white supremacy? Do they have special rights for being a certain color? But maybe he's just smearing. I don't see any more chats from that person. Oh, Robert Nacier is here. Hi, Robert. Would you consider yourself anti-fascist? Yes, if that means anti someone like Mussolini, like a dictator, in which there's only nominal private property, but the government actually controls it, as opposed to socialism, where the government explicitly, overtly takes over industries. I heard Ayn Rand distinguish socialism from fascism in this way. In socialism, the government owns the means of production, so-called. I don't really like that term, means of production, but I don't know that we should get into that right now. But the government owns various things, industries, and nationalizes various industries. Whereas in fascism, the government doesn't own them, at least directly, but it regulates them, and there's only a kind of nominal ownership. I mean, if owning something means you have the right to use and dispose of it, you can choose how your property is used, then I guess you don't. It's they don't really have ownership in fascism, so there's still a kind of lack of private property, even if there's a kind of veneer of ownership, but it doesn't run very deep. Maybe I should look that up, actually. Let's see. Lexicon. Fascism. Here we go. Well, here, let me just share this on the screen. Oh, I was looking up that word that I thought was slang, vulgar, from one of the chatters. This is what I meant to share. So this is in the Ayn Rand lexicon, which the entry on fascism, there's this contrast between socialism, fascism. The main characteristic of socialism and of communism is public ownership of the means of production, and therefore the abolition of private property. The right to property is the right of use and disposal. Under fascism, men retain the semblance or pretense of private property, but the government holds total power over its use and disposal. So there's not really a fundamental difference between socialism and fascism, given the way they're characterized here. There's just a superficial difference. In both systems, there isn't real private property. And I oppose that. What do you think about Bitcoin and globally free banking? Any video of you to look at on this subject? I think there should be free banking, and the government should not be able to dictate by force that we use a certain kind of currency. So if people want to use Bitcoin, they should be free to do that. And they should be able to use anything they want as currency. Seashells, dollar bills, gold, nuggets. That shouldn't be, it's not the role of the government to coerce people. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the role of the government is to protect people from coercion. And when the government forces people to use a certain kind of currency, or to accept a certain kind of currency in payment of debts, I think that's a violation of people's rights. I don't have any videos on. I mean, I make the point I just made. I'm sure I've made that sort of point in various videos, but I don't have. I can't think of one video where I make that the main subject. And I don't think there should be central banks like the Fed that control interest rates. I think there should be a system of free banking, private banking, not government banking with government insurance like FDIC, which bails out banks for making bad loans, perhaps. And George Selgin, he's a free market economist. He has studied the history of free banking and reached the conclusion that in Scotland and Canada, it was more of a free banking system than in the United States, where there were panics and runs on the banks during the 19th century. Whereas in Scotland and Canada at that time, there weren't panics and runs on the banks. So that's some evidence that free banking actually works better than when you have a regulated banking system. No, you don't have to be an anarchist, as paleolibs rely on NAP. Well, I think there's going to be aggression if you don't have a government with a monopoly on the use of force. Even if you say you support the NIP, that doesn't necessarily mean that your system is not going to have aggression in it. Because what if there are people who don't support NAP? Or do support it, but simply disagree with other people who support NAP? How are they going to resolve their disputes peacefully if they don't have one government that they agree will have a monopoly on the use of force? What is the basis or argument for the NAP? You can ask an AI, it will say you don't have to be anarchist to be paleolib. In short, it is don't attack me and I won't attack you. Okay, but what happens if you have a dispute? What happens if you have a disagreement with someone? How are you going to settle that? Are you going to settle it by force? Or settle it peacefully in a court system? Audrey is looking for the basis of NAP, the argument for it. Robert says, see the Analytic Synthetic Dichotomy by Leonard Peikoff, published in Ayn Rand's volume Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's in response to John Wayne's comment about analytic truths, I guess. Incidentally, the most popular video I did with James Valiant, he says. It was a nice stream, says Vasilius. Unfortunately, it is half 1 a.m. I got to go in a bit, but it was so nice to exchange ideas. Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. I appreciate the conversation. Glad we were able to chat some after I looked up what AI had to say about under 18 people. All right, I'm caught up in the chat. I'm up to 10 likes. Thank you. Good to see. And I'll take a look at my analytics. Wow. Over 100 people came by in the first hour. But I think that might have been because some trolls came by. All right. Well, phone lines are still open if anybody wants to call in. Otherwise, I'll just engage with chat. Oh, I made my... See, when I made the chat screen bigger for this show, it doesn't show up at the bottom of the chat doesn't show up. Let me see if I can... I'm trying to move it up now so you can see the bottom part of the chat. Okay. Now you can see it. How does paleolibertarianism relate individualism to the NAP? I guess that was a question for Vasilius, maybe, but he's gone now. All right, Julian just came back with another chat. Looking at the medium to long term, do you see any greater threats to humanity than universal basic income, central bank digital currency, and online identity verification? Well, those sound like political or economic issues, and I think a deeper threat are ethical or moral issues like altruism. And so long as people accept a morality of altruism or self-sacrifice, then I don't think there's going to be any good political or economic system. Because if your goal is self-sacrifice, destroying yourself like Jesus on the cross, if your goal is not self-interest, then I think you're going to have a politics of self-destruction. Maybe Middle East is one example of this. If we had a good foreign policy, we would wipe out terrorist regimes like Iran and not negotiate with them and let them persist for decades, almost half a century now with Iran. Yet we allow such regimes to continue despite their threats to the U.S. So, but also programs like Social Security, Medicare. If you have this altruist morality that says it's good to sacrifice yourself for the sake of others, the needy, the poor, the disabled, the elderly, then what's to stop massive social programs like Social Security and Medicare, which coerce people? So I think deeper than these political or economic policies that you mentioned are ethical problems. I think what we really need is a morality of self-interest. And on that foundation, I think if we get that in place, then we can have a stable, lasting, good political system. And even deeper than ethics is epistemology, having the right theory of knowledge, so which is at odds with religion, because religion relies on faith as opposed to reason. And if you're in favor of an irrational approach in epistemology, such as faith, where you believe things without evidence, you take things on faith, well, then you're going to end up doing irrational things, self-destructive things. So I don't think these are the greatest threats. I think there are greater threats in deeper areas of philosophy. As for online identity verification, I'm not sure why you think that's a threat, even on its own level of politics or economics. Oh yeah, I guess more politics, or I'm not sure how to classify that, but what do you mean by online identity verification? And why would that be a threat? Universal basic income, I think that's bad. If that means coercively redistributing people's money so that everyone has a certain minimal amount. Central bank, I don't think there should be any central bank. I mean, there can be a treasury, I guess. The government has a place to store its money, but I don't think there should be a government financial institution that forces people to accept a certain currency, a fiat currency, or that can force people to force a certain interest rate on banks, or bail out banks with programs like FDIC. So these first two you mentioned, I think, are bad. Third one, I'm not sure. I guess if that's something being coerced by the government, I would oppose it. If the government is coercively requiring people to identify themselves online in some way, but I'm not sure if that's what you mean. And I don't think that was any kind of identification was... I'm not aware that that was part of the government's role. I mean, there was no social security number that was attached to anyone before the days of social security. And even something like birth certificates, I don't know. I'm not sure when that started. I want to look that up now. When did birth certificates begin in the United States? The entire U.S. did not get a standardized system until 1902. But maybe there was some non-standardized system before that. I'm not sure. But anyways, I am not sure it's the role of government to keep track of something like that. And I think it's the role of government is to protect people from force. And I don't see that keeping track of births is necessary for that. Thank you for your constructive response. I was talking about age verification. Perhaps I underestimate altruism, as I believe natural selection will eventually eliminate it. My concern is the continued existence of governments and their aggression towards our property. Okay, age verification. For instance, requiring certain websites, like adult websites, to verify that people are 18 before they're allowed to visit the website. Is that the sort of thing you mean? I haven't thought about that much. But you think that's a threat? That's in a candidate for a greatest threat to humanity in the medium to long term? If so, why? Why would that be a threat at all? And beyond that, possibly one of the greatest threats. Have you read Ayn Rand before? Sometimes it's useful for me to know that, to get a sense of your context of knowledge and where you're coming from. Okay, why do you think natural selection would eliminate altruism? First of all, what is altruism? I take that to be living for the sake of others, making other people your primary value, and you live in service of others, rather than egoism, in which case you live for yourself. So maybe your idea is that people who don't live for themselves will be naturally selected out of existence. I guess that's what you mean. Well, I don't know if I would say they're naturally selected as opposed to artificially selected, where that, so the distinction there is kind of biological influence or genetic influence. That's what's involved in natural selection. But if you're accepting altruism or not, I think that's not an issue of biology or genes. That's more of a ideological issue. It's an issue of choice. So if we want to call that artificial selection, like when you're breeding a certain kind of crop or animal, you're making choices about what animals to mate with each other and what kind of plants to breed. That's artificial selection, because it's not just nature apart from human choices creating a certain kind of species. It's human beings making choices about what species to select. So that's when human choice is involved. I think that's called artificial selection. And since I think human choice is involved, and when it comes to adopting or not adopting a certain kind of morality, I guess if you are going to put it in terms of natural or artificial selection, I would put that under artificial selection. So maybe artificial selection would eliminate altruism rather than natural selection. But I don't think it's a deterministic process. It doesn't just automatically necessarily happen. It's an issue of choice. But why has it persisted? If altruism artificially selects itself out of existence, why hasn't it disappeared yet? Well, maybe because people aren't yet aware of a better alternative. Maybe if Ayn Rand's ideas were more widespread, people would see there's a better option available and choose that instead. But so long as they think the only options are sacrifice yourself to others or sacrifice others to yourself, kill or be killed, eat or be eaten, so long as they have that kind of view of human life, they might think, well, I don't want to be a monster and trample over other people. I'm not going to sacrifice other people to myself, so I'm going to go with altruism and sacrifice myself to others. But there's a third way that doesn't involve sacrificing anyone to anyone. And Ayn Rand teaches that, and I'm trying to spread that. So maybe if more people become aware of this third alternative, a non-sacrificial view of human existence, then more people will artificially select altruism out of existence and adopt an ethics of rational egoism. My concern is the continued existence of governments and their aggression towards our property. I'm not concerned about the continued existence of governments. I think there should be governments, and it's good that there are to protect our rights, but I'm concerned about when governments violate our rights by coercing us through taxes and regulations. Or inflation, that's another way. Stealing our wealth by stealth. Not directly, but devaluing the currency just by printing more of it. Or just creating it digitally out of thin air. It is not age verification itself that is problematic, but rather the foothold it provides for regulating the internet. I read Hoppe, but not Ayn Rand. Okay. And I'm the reverse. I've read Ayn Rand, but not Hoppe. I've just heard a little about Hoppe. I understand what Julian is saying, says Mao. Digital ID is the conventional name for this concept, which is the government gatekeeping the internet for its citizens. I think the internet should be private. And maybe it should just be the responsibility of parents for protecting their kids from possibly harmful content on the internet. Just as it is in the older days with television. I think it's up to the parents to make sure the kids are not watching things they shouldn't be. And I think it should be the same with the internet. Maybe get some kid protector software to use. I think there is such software. One example of how this can be abused is the Canadian protest of truckers in around 2021, and how they were all debanked and banned from GoFundMe. I don't know about that. I just haven't learned about what happened with that. So they were, I'm trying to remember now. They were protesting COVID, right? Or being locked down by the government. And maybe in retaliation, what happened? Their bank accounts were frozen or something, and they could not get GoFundMe donations. I guess if they didn't have access to their personal bank accounts, then people tried to get around that by providing them with funds through GoFundMe. Is that what happened? They were blocking roads, right? To get attention for their cause. Maybe they needed the work to earn their livings, but they weren't able to work because of the lockdowns, and they were protesting that. I'm just guessing here. I don't know. I'm trying to get some traction with this example. Oh, that was, okay. That was Mellow Mao. For some reason, I thought I was reading Julian for a second. You say one example. Example of what? Of how this can be abused? Oh, the names. So if the government was not keeping track of people's names and IDs, then it wouldn't have been able to freeze the bank accounts of the particular truckers who were protesting. I guess that's the idea. Most people freeze the abstraction of morality to mean just altruism, says Audrey. Certainly many do. Maybe most. Rene Girard also discusses sacrifice as the founding myth of our societies. I didn't know that Ayn Rand talked about it too. Oh yeah, she talks a lot about sacrifice and altruism. Very opposed to it. It's one of the main themes of her work. And then on the flip side, the positive side, she's very much in favor of egoism and self-interest. But she stresses that, properly understood, that means living in a rational, long-range, principled kind of way, not in a short-range, whim-worshipping way. And it involves respecting rights, not violating rights. A proper conception of self-interest involves respecting rights. Robert says, do you... Oh, Ghosty is here. Hello. Robert says, do you believe there is a place for government to protect minors from exposure to graphic, disturbing, violence, or other contents? And should sale of products, drugs, alcohol be similarly controlled? Maybe. I haven't thought about that much, but I think just off the top of my head, it does seem plausible to me that the government could put some limits on what children are exposed to. Like pornography, perhaps. Like, what if a parent allows his or her child to view pornography? Should that be permitted? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't involve force. It's not. So I think we need to have objective law. And the law needs to be clear. And I think physical force is a clear principle. It makes for a clear principle of what can and can't be done. But if you just say, well, you shouldn't harm, you can do what you want as long as you don't harm others, but you don't specify what harm consists in, whether it's physical harm or psychological harm, then it becomes kind of woozy and gray, and there's a lot of judgment calls. And I don't know, maybe it's too subjective and woozy to say, well, pornography, it could harm a kid, but if it's not physical harm, maybe it's not objective enough. It's not clearly enough. It doesn't make for a clear principle which the government could enforce. Because then people might say, well, going to church, well, that harms kids too. And that's even worse maybe than pornography, because it poisons them with the idea that faith throwing out their minds is good, and self-sacrifice is a virtue. And maybe that's even worse than being exposed to some pornography. So should that be outlawed now? And you can't take your kids to church? So as I'm thinking of this off the top of my head, I'm thinking maybe it should just be left up to the parents, at least in the case of pornography. And maybe it's not the proper role of government to stop something like that because it doesn't involve physical force. Like, you can stop a parent from physically abusing a child, but maybe that's it. Maybe you can't stop a parent from mentally or psychologically abusing a kid. Maybe you could put social pressure on them. Like, you could, if you're neighbors of that parent, you could refuse to deal with the family and try to put some social pressure. But I don't see now that it's appropriate for the government to step in. But let's see some of your other examples. Exposure to graphic, disturbing, violent contents. Yeah, I guess right now I don't see that it is the government's place to step in. I think that should just be left to the parents. But I'm open to an argument. I'll listen to an argument for the other side of that. Like, I know this came up with education in one of my debates, in particular, my debate with Kyla Turner, aka Not So Erudite, which is on my channel. We talked about education. Should the government be required to should it ensure that kids get an education? Oh, it looks like Julian has to leave. He says, I'm adding Ayn Rand to my reading list. I have to go, but I can recommend a few books to you. Principles of Economics, The Price of Tomorrow, any book by Ken Wilber. Have a good evening. Okay, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Appreciate the recommendations. And maybe I'll see you another time. I stream every 5 days. That's my current schedule. So my next stream would be Monday. What is that? June 1st? Yeah, I think that's June 1st. Whatever 5 days from now is Monday. Okay. I'm glad you added Ayn Rand to your reading list. So these other examples, graphic, disturbing, violent contents. I guess my at least tentative view is no, the government shouldn't step in those cases. But then these other cases, you say sale of products, for instance, drugs and alcohol. Now you could say that's more physical because you're consuming some physical substance. So maybe there it's different. It's not just potential mental harm, but physical harm. So I think that's more plausibly a case where the government could step in. Like, what if you want to feed the kid rocks and dirt? That's doing physical harm. So, or fentanyl. What if you want to give your kid fentanyl? And yeah, so I guess maybe in limited amounts. Like, can you give your kid a sip of wine? But maybe beyond a certain limits, it should be outlawed, or maybe some drugs, but not others. Maybe you want to let your kid try a cigarette or smoke some marijuana. So I don't know. Maybe that's a case where it shouldn't be outlawed entirely, outright, but maybe only outlawed beyond a certain limit. Like is done right now with driving on the road. If your blood alcohol level is beyond a certain amount, then you can be penalized. But if it's below that amount, you can't be. And even if we had a private system, I guess you would have private roads, and the owners of the roads, maybe they would have their certain limits on blood alcohol level to prevent drunk driving. But that would be private decisions. I mean, maybe there would be some road owners that want to allow drunk driving, and people like even Evel Knievel who want to take risks. And this is all out in the open, right? It's all voluntary. You know what you're getting into. So, just like with boxing, right? You're taking a risk. Maybe you get seriously injured, but it's a voluntary activity. But, oh yeah, I was saying about education in this other video I did. I know some objectivists, I think Leonard Peikoff, has said, at least maybe, that the state should require that parents give their children an education to a certain extent, like get the basics of writing, reading, and arithmetic. And then beyond that, the government shouldn't have a say. But Yaron Brook, I believe I heard him say in one of his shows that he doesn't think the government should even do that much, enforce that kids get reading, writing, and arithmetic. It should only step in if there's physical abuse going on, not if there is just a lack of education. And I lean more towards Euron's view, actually. I like the clearness of it. It's a clear principle. If it doesn't involve physical force, then it's not the role of government to step in. But I will listen to an argument for something like Leonard Peikoff's view, at least if I recall it correctly. But like with food, you could say the parents have to require the government can step in if the parents aren't feeding the kid, because that deals with something physical, food. You're consuming it, and you could suffer physical harm and even die, right, if you're not getting fed. But then what is the proper level of that? Does the government get to say, okay, well, you have to give the kid at least 500 calories a day or 1,000 calories a day? Or like, let's say the parent says, oh, okay, I'm feeding the kid. I'm giving the kid 1 grain of rice per day. So I'm fulfilling my duty as a parent to feed the kid. I don't think that doesn't make sense, right? So the government could enforce certain levels of what the kid can properly eat, and it could be maybe, I don't know, left up to philosophers of law. I'm not sure who exactly, in combination with scientists, to decide, what is an appropriate minimal diet. Like, I don't think the government should be able to say, okay, well, because we can enforce some limited amount of nutrition, we can now say, okay, well, parents have to take their kids to the most expensive, high-quality restaurants, eat at 5-star dining, and shop at the most expensive grocery stores. That would be going beyond its proper bounds, I think. But I don't know where you draw the line. And so I think, just as with food, I guess the government could set some kind of minimal health standards that the parents have to abide by. Otherwise, it's going to step in. Maybe that could also be the case with drugs and alcohol. Maybe there's some, not minimal threshold, but a maximal threshold beyond which the government could step in. Like, maybe you can let your 6-year-old taste a sip of wine, or take a few puffs of a cigarette to try it out. But you can't have your 6-year-old drinking 10 liters of vodka every week, or snorting cocaine and fentanyl on a regular basis. So maybe there's some kind of level that could be set by the government. But exactly figuring in what that level is could be tricky. And I'm not sure how to do it right now. But that's my immediate thought on this question, Robert. Alex Talks Nonsense is here. Hello. What's my opinion on cannabis? Oh, Objective Ethics is also here. Hello. I was listening while doing stuff around the house. Sounds like people were being pretty rude earlier. That's always disappointing and unnecessary. Well, I think some trolls came by, but they didn't cause much trouble because they didn't get through. I mean, I think some of them tried to call in, and it was a little distracting for several minutes, but I think most of the show, it's been pretty smooth. No problems. Okay, what's my opinion on cannabis? Marijuana? Is that just a scientific name for marijuana? It is used to produce hemp fiber and as a drug, also called hemp marijuana. Okay. I think it should be legal. It should not be criminalized. It should be legalized. That is, producing it as well as consuming it, distributing it. Oh, why doesn't your... I gotta move the chat box up again. I thought I had the... Oh, maybe is your... why isn't your chat showing up on the screen? I'm looking in OBS right now. Oh, my screen is frozen? Looks like my video is frozen. I don't know why that is. Maybe it'll refresh in a second. Let's see, what does it look like on Zoom? On Zoom, I'm not frozen. So maybe there's just a glitch in YouTube. Does it look frozen for you? It must look frozen to you also, because I see on my phone that I look frozen. So maybe if I close and reopen my video on YouTube, my YouTube app, I will unfreeze myself. Let me try that. No, I'm still frozen. Robert says, yes, video is stalled. Okay. Well, I don't know how to fix that. If anyone has any ideas on how I can unfreeze it, well, I have an idea. I have a stop streaming button in OBS. And maybe if I hit that and then restart it, that'll fix it. Okay. I'm going to try that. I'm going to hit stop. Hopefully this won't kill the stream. I don't think it will. I'm just going to hit the stop streaming button and then start streaming again and see if that fixes it. Testing. Okay, I think I hadn't hit start streaming again yet. And I thought I did. But can you hear me now? Yeah. Dan said marijuana too many times. YouTube is striking him down. All right, well, maybe we'll just have to do audio. I don't know how to unfreeze this video. Well, the most important part is the audio, not the video. Shortest episode in a long time. Yeah, usually my streams are over 7 hours. Can I at least move my chat? Is it just my video? And let me see if I can scroll through the chat. And have that scroll appear. Maybe if I reconnect my video source, that will work. All right, let me try that. Yeah, Audrey says she doesn't see the chat being scrolled. Have you tried changing scenes or just turning your camera off and on? No, let me try that. Okay, I just changed the scene to so you can see my browser, but my video in Zoom is still frozen, but I can change between the scenes. Yeah, so maybe if I just reconnect this Zoom window, maybe that will fix it. Let me try to disconnect this video and then reconnect it. Oh, hey, I think that did it. I'm in motion. I'm animated. Okay, you saw my little circle diagram from last week for a split second. Oh, but now my audio? Now my audio is not coming through. Ah. Oh, you do hear me? Why don't I hear myself when on my phone? That's where I test to make sure the audio. Robert says audio is fine here. Oh, now someone is calling. All right, well, as long as it's good for you, I don't need to hear myself. Hello? Yes. Yes. Yeah, were you in the YouTube chat? I'm getting an echo. Do you have YouTube turned on? Okay, sounds I don't hear an echo now. Did you say you're Robin Harrison in the chat? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the right person. Okay. Yeah, selfishness and okay. Um, hold on a second. I'm just going to turn your audio on so the audience can hear you. Let's see, which is the for some reason I'm not seeing your audio show up at all. What's that? Yeah, I should be able to. Maybe it's because I had to disconnect and reconnect, but let's see. Okay, you called in on Chrome. Okay, let me try something. Hold on. Chrome audio. I might have to disconnect and reconnect on. I mean, this has never happened in the middle of a call before. Okay. All right, so I just turned your audio on now. Okay, you said so this is Robin Harrison in the chat. It looked like a bunch of people just left because I guess the stream, they thought the stream was dead, but we're back now. Okay, some people are starting to come back. All right, so I guess OBS was having some problems, and maybe that's why I was frozen for a while. But anyways, it crashed, and I just restarted OBS, and hopefully it won't cause any problems. All right, so Robin from the chat, Robin Harrison, he called in, and you should be able to hear him now. So go ahead and ask your question now that the YouTube audience can hear you.
Yeah, so I'm like kind of interested in Ayn Rand. I'm not like an expert for sure, and I haven't actually even read any of like her famous books, but I'm kind of wondering like what are some of the limitations of her philosophy, and I also wonder about like her like I guess morality is sort of tied to like selfishness, like prioritizing yourself, and I wonder if that like on a societal level, is that like beneficial to have that morality? Like will it over time, will that like produce a better society and like better life for like individuals? Like some of the reason I'm interested in this is because like I thought that about like my faith as like a Christian and wondered, I'm not like trying to preach or anything on here, by the way, but like I wondered if like one of the reasons that it was like successful as a religion was that it prioritized like honesty and fairness, and
connect my video source.
What else? Like, I don't know. I guess people like know what it's about, but like I kind of wondered if that had an economic effect. Like would the stability of those created by individuals with those values be like a stability that would cause like people to be able to trust each other enough to have like an economy that was well functioning or like flourishing? Because I guess like when economies break down, it's when there isn't like a lot of trust in individuals or public institutions. So I kind of wondered.
Okay. There's a lot there, and let me just pick a few points. So Christianity, I think it has serious problems with it, such as faith, recommending that people believe things on faith, which I think means believing things without evidence. I think that's an irrational thing to do, and that's a self-destructive way of acting. I think you need to use your mind. I got to switch your video back. Sorry, your audio, because I changed scenes here. Sorry if some of your audio got cut off. And let's see, while I'm here, let me also... okay, I got all my audio correct now. So I think that's a really poisonous idea in Christianity, the idea that faith is good. Also, self-sacrifice, I think, is a very poisonous idea. Destroy your... Now, there may be some good elements, like within Christianity. Maybe something like the Golden Rule makes at least a bit of sense. The idea that Jesus asked this question: what does it profit a man to gain the whole world if he lose his soul? I think there's some good insight in that. It's like material wealth is not the only or most important thing. Like, even if you're super rich, if you had to sell your soul or compromise your integrity to get that wealth, you're not going to live a fulfilling, happy life. So I do think there can be good elements in Christianity, but I think probably the main dominant elements of it are not good, and I would take faith to be a big part of that. Not goodness, and as well as self-sacrifice. So those are some points I would make.
Could you see? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Could
Sorry,
I
I just see that Mellow Mao in the chat said changing the scenes into the audio. Yeah, sorry about that. I hope you didn't miss too much, but I fixed that now. So if I change scenes now, it should work. All right, go ahead, Robin.
Could you see positive effects of faith, or what was the other thing you said? The self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
Because I can see how self-sacrifice could be beneficial, beyond just yourself. Say you had a bunch of people living in a town. If individuals are willing to have self-sacrifice for the good of their neighbors, that could definitely be beneficial. But would you argue that overall it's not as good as it is bad? Because maybe I guess I might expect your argument to be competition is a good thing because it'll drive everyone to bring the best out of themselves, and it'll raise the level higher if everyone's just competing.
Well, I don't think competition involves self-sacrifice. So
kind of what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't think so. Self-sacrifice, I take that to be putting something higher than yourself, or putting yourself down in some kind of way. Let's say giving away all your money. That could be an act of self-sacrifice, unless you think it's good for you. I don't know why you would think it's the best thing for you to do, but maybe you think that it's if you do think that you would be better off keeping your money rather than giving it all away, yet you give it all away anyways, I think that would be an act of self-sacrifice. Now, if you think maybe you're gonna, as a result of giving away all your money, you're gonna go to heaven and experience eternal bliss in the afterlife, and so you're actually going to be better off, and that's your reason for giving all your money away, is because you think in the long run I'm going to be better off, then it's not an act of self-sacrifice. At least I think you can make that argument. Now, I don't think there is an afterlife, so maybe in effect well, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but anyways, I'm just trying to get a clear example of what would be a self-sacrifice, and I think it's so. One way the way Ayn Rand describes sacrifice is giving away a value for the sake of a lesser value or a non-value. So if you think you're gonna end up worse off as a result, and you do it anyways, that would be an act of sacrifice. And that's always bad. It's never a good thing to do that on Rand's view, which I agree with.
Yeah, I think like maybe that's a good point, but I think sometimes like this might not fit your definition of self-sacrifice or Ayn Rand, but like I think people do practice self-sacrifice a lot, like by volunteering, and like the idea is they want to live in a community where people are looking out for each other. Um, like this isn't like everyone's familiar with this. Like you volunteer, and like we have like all these virtues like voting to like foster um, like a healthy participation in our government because we care about it. Voting isn't really self-sacrifice, but like volunteering, for example. And then the idea is that like you live in a community where people are caring for each other, and like I guess you do benefit from that, but like maybe you don't like calculate like the benefit you're gonna get from it. You just do it because you kind of know it's the right thing to do, and so I don't know if that counts as self-sacrifice, but I think like that would be an example of like where I think self-sacrifice or like or whatever you want to call it. I think that would be like a good thing that you'd want to encourage.
Well, if it's voluntary, I mean, we right now I'm doing something voluntary, like I'm doing this live stream. No one forced me to do this. I volunteered to do this live stream, and you volunteered to participate in the chat and by calling in. So we're both engaged in voluntary acts, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think in this case, I think I'm doing something that's good. But in maybe there are other cases of volunteering. Like I remember when I was much younger, before I read Ayn Rand's, I picked up the idea somehow, maybe somewhat unthinkingly, that it's good to serve others. And I remember I volunteered at an elderly person's clinic, like people with Alzheimer's, and I went there to just interact with the elderly people. And I think I somehow picked up the idea that it was morally good to do that. I wasn't religious, but I think even if you're not religious, even if you're a secular person, you can absorb the ideas of altruism, and I think I did to some extent. And it wasn't really that I thought it was good for me. It was more just it's good, period. I think. I mean, I'm having to. It's a little difficult to remember this. This was decades ago, but I think I was. It wasn't really a self-interested motive that was driving me there, as much as some idea of moral duty that I somehow picked up. So I think to figure out whether something is actually an act of self-sacrifice, you might have to talk to the person and find out, why are they doing it? Why are you doing this? And if their answer is, well, because I think it's best for me personally in the long run, then it wouldn't be an act of self-sacrifice. But if their answer is like, oh, I just think I have this moral duty to do it, regardless of whether it benefits me or not, I just have a duty. Well, then I think it is plausibly a sacrifice for the person.
Okay. Sorry, are you still talking? I can't hear you.
No, I stopped.
Yeah. I mean, I think that might get at like what I might consider a limitation of Ayn Rand's philosophy, because I think most people, if you ask them that, they wouldn't say like, I think it's good for me in the future because like I'll foster this great community. They'll say, no, it's like the right thing to do. But like I think by doing so, they are benefiting themselves and like everyone else in the future. Or like they likely are, by like fostering a society where people like are willing to sacrifice to like care for each other, I guess, and like everyone's friendly, and everyone's like willing to look out for each other. So I guess like what I'm saying is, like, I think that might be a limitation of Ayn Rand's philosophy. I think maybe she doesn't quite account for that. Sometimes self-sacrifice is a good thing. Like maybe she's too focused on the individual and not on like, maybe she doesn't quite see like the benefits of altruism, I suppose, to bring everyone up and therefore like benefit the individual from that. Does that make sense?
Well, I think on her view, you're not benefiting anyone through altruism. You're actually bringing everyone down. You're not bringing everyone up. It's worse for everyone if anyone is engaged in self-sacrifice. But I don't know that I can make that fully clear now. If we talk it through some more, maybe I could. But I do want to make the point that there's nothing in Ayn Rand that's inherently opposed to caring about other people, or being friendly with other people. It's other people are potentially a tremendous source of value to yourself. And so it's actually in your interest. Like if you have a spouse, for instance, it's in your interest to care for that person. They matter to you. But the point that's Ayn Rand would emphasize, I think, is that it's love is self-interested. It's because someone matters to you that it makes sense to care about them. If they didn't matter to you, then why would you care about them? So there's nothing in egoism that prohibits people from caring about others. Actually, you might think egoism is a precondition of caring about others. It's only because you care about yourself that it makes sense to care about others. If you didn't care about yourself, and then why would anything else matter to you? It's only because you value yourself that then you might value something else, like another person, because they make your life go better in some way by contributing love, friendship, business partnership.
Yeah. I mean, this is like part of the reason why I think religion is actually like good, because like I guess in religions there's often like certain, I don't know, like doctrines, I guess is the word, like of how to live or like what to do, what's good and what's bad. And like I think people without the religion, they might not do those things because like they would just prioritize themselves if they didn't have that that like framework of what's good and what's bad. So, but like if everyone prioritized themselves, like they would be less motivated to like deal with each other fairly. Like if they didn't have a moral imperative, they would be less motivated to like behave in a moral way, like to be fair in business or like do sort of altruistic things to help people. And then like as a result, like the economy would be worse, like this society would be worse. And I guess like the thing I wonder about religion, or like I see in it, is it's like this like it's like this framework to get people to do what's beneficial for themselves in the long run, which they wouldn't be able to have the foresight to do without it. Does that make sense?
I kind of get the idea, but I guess I'm not persuaded by it. I don't think it's a good, like you're tricking people into doing the right thing, something like this, because um, I'm trying to think what's the most fruitful way to go about this discussion. You said you had read some Ayn Rand before, or no?
No, I just kind of like read Wikipedia about it.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think I got like some of the main ideas.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense of your context of knowledge, where you're coming from. Maybe that'll give me some idea of how to approach this topic.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of tricking people into doing it, but it's also just accounting for the way like humans' brains work. They're not always rational. Like it's a bit more pragmatic than expecting people to like think like what would be the beneficial thing to do in like for 20 years from now, and also get everyone else to think in that way.
So people wouldn't, if you told people the truth, then the idea is they wouldn't do what's good. But if you tell them a myth or a story, a lie, then they will. Like they're going to go to hell. Like even if you don't believe there actually is a hell, if you make up this story that if you lie or you murder or you cheat, you'll go to hell in the afterlife, then people won't murder or lie or cheat, steal. Um, I guess that's the idea. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So
has that stopped
even
anyone? Has that stopped anyone? I mean, there's been, I don't know, maybe
yeah.
the Middle Ages, I guess, is the time when Christianity was most dominant in the world's history, and that was a very brutal period. I don't think that was a time when there was an absence of lying, cheating, stealing, murdering. So that's
Yeah.
just one consideration. Do people really buy it? But I guess, yeah, I don't see why. So what is the truth? Like, if the idea is, if you tell people the truth, they're not going to do what's good or what's moral. I guess you're presupposing an understanding of what's good or what's moral, and I might want to question that understanding. So what is your presupposed idea, which you want to trick people into doing? So if you're taking it as a given that it's bad to be dishonest or to murder people, I would agree with that. But I don't think you need to trick people into doing that. I think you can show people reasons. So do you think? I guess if you think there are no reasons, there is no rational justification for being honest or for not murdering someone, then I guess you would have to resort to some story. But then why would you think that's good if you can't justify it rationally? Or maybe you think it can be justified rationally in your own mind, but it's just other people who don't see the rational justification, then they have to be tricked, even if you don't have to be tricked. But
Yeah. No, I think.
hold on, let me switch out my AirPods because I just got the battery diminishing sound. Hold on a second.
Sure.
I've also got to switch my mic every time I switch my AirPods. I just switched back to my podcast mic. Okay. So it sounded like you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I think, I think tricking people isn't quite like, well, I don't know. Okay, you can say trick people, but I think like truth can take different forms. Like I think, um, like one way that humans happen to understand things, um, or like one thing, like way that humans find an idea compelling is through storytelling. And like, I think a lot of like religions are based around storytelling in a way that is less like an organized philosophy, because I think most humans just don't find that compelling. Like, it's just not the way their brains work. Um, so often, like through storytelling, you aren't, it's not like a systematic way of like building upon truth. It's more like understanding truths from something you can relate to, like something that you can relate to from your own experience. And I guess like you could see that as tricking someone, and maybe sometimes it is, but like it's sort of in between. It's like to say that it's not, that there's not truth in that isn't accurate, I think. Like I think there is truth in the storytelling. And I think that's
Well,
like how religion,
there,
yeah.
I mean, there's Ayn Rand. She told stories. She was a fiction author, and I think there's much truth in what she wrote, but it's clear that it's fiction, and she's not pretending that her characters are real life characters. So there's different types of storytelling. Like the type that is involved in religion isn't, it's not supposed to just be a story like a fiction and you realize it's fiction. It's the idea that there is this God who created the earth, if we're talking about Christianity, and God worked these miracles like parting the Red Sea, and Jesus was resurrected. And this is taken as true by many Christians, at least. And that's when I think you're deceiving people. And I wouldn't say just telling a story is inherently deceptive if it's clear that it is a story. But when you start telling people, oh no, it's not just a story, there actually is this place called heaven or hell, and there is this God who's going to strike you down if you disobey his commands, that's when I think it is appropriate to say that you're trying to trick people into believing something.
Yeah,
And I don't,
like,
I don't see that that's necessary, and I don't know that that's really effective in getting people to do the right thing. But it seems like you already have an idea of what the right thing is, independent of the mythology. But I think if you have, we likely disagree on what that right thing is. So I think the right thing is living for yourself, and I think you probably don't agree with that, at least not fully.
well, I think like the
But if
right
you don't
thing
have I think if I'll just make this point and then I'll come back to you. If you don't have a convincing or a good idea of the goal of what the right thing is, then I don't think you can give a rational explanation of why you should do it. And you will have to make up some story. Like, I don't think there is a rational justification for living as a hermit and giving up all your material possessions, or loving your enemy, to use a line from Jesus. I don't think that does make any rational sense. And really the only way to get people to accept it is by making up some story about you'll go to hell if you don't believe this, and maybe trying to use some argument from intimidation, scare them into doing something. But if you're not saying anything like the good consists of loving your enemy or giving away all your material possessions, if you have a this worldly view of the good, then I think you don't have to make up some story. It's clear from what people can see. There are rational justifications you can give for that. Okay, I'll pause there.
Yeah. Well, I think like part of the nature of what's good is that it's not actually like totally able to be defined, because what it is like what's going to lead to the best like flourishing, I guess, for you and for like others. And that is not like something you can always nail down. It's like something you have to sort of go in search of. And like, I think that's part of the reason why like God, as like, if we say God is like the idea of the embodiment of goodness, like God isn't like ever very well defined because like we don't, because like there's something about goodness that like needs to be figured out. Like it's something you gotta like try to aim towards, but you don't know exactly what it is. Does that make sense? Like, cause it's like a constant trying to find out what you should be aiming towards that will lead to like your own flourishing and also like other people's flourishing. And when I say other people's flourishing, I mean in a way that will like raise the level of everyone through the individuals like caring for each other and like helping each other.
Okay. Well,
anyhow, I think maybe, I don't know if you think this discussion like can go farther, but like I think maybe what we might have to agree to disagree on is like the power of storytelling as a way to motivate people to do what's good. Because like I really think that is like really powerful compared to like I personally like to see things in like a rational way as well, but I think like for a lot of people storytelling is like far more powerful than like a rational philosophy.
well, I think I mean I'm not against storytelling. I'm against pretending that the stories are actually true. Like I think Ayn Rand is a very effective storyteller, and many people have been inspired tremendously by her novels. And I think maybe even much more so than reading the Bible. I think a lot of people, even if they're Christians, they haven't read the Bible, and maybe they find it very boring to read the Bible. Not everyone, maybe, but I certainly have nothing against storytelling per se. It's just pretending that the stories are true. That's where I have an issue. But as for the good not being well defined or flourishing not being well defined, I think this gets to the issue of, well, where does the idea of the good come from? Or where does flourishing come from as an idea? So I guess maybe you think there's it seems like you were saying that it's good to aim at flourishing, but maybe what flourishing consists of is not very clear or well defined.
What will lead to flourishing isn't well defined.
Okay.
Because like things are constantly changing, and you need to constantly like course correct to account for that. But like so it's like really helpful to have an idea of something that you're aiming for that's like abstract, which I guess would be God. If we were to think of God in like a philosophical way.
Okay. Well, I don't even believe there is a God, so that wouldn't work for me as something to aim at. I don't even. Yeah, I think that's. I don't think it's a valid concept. I don't know if we should get into that now, but
No, I'm fine. I want to give someone else a chance.
well, I don't have anyone else trying to call in. I mean, you can stay on if you want, but uh, I think you could have happiness. I mean, that's how I think of the goal or the purpose of life. I aim at happiness, and that might be abstract in some sense, but I think pleasure is a component, or actually, depending on how you, I actually think that the concept of good originally comes from the experience of pleasure. We come into the world with a pleasure pain mechanism as babies, and we don't have a choice about what gives us pleasure or what gives us pain. If we drink our mother's milk or lick an ice cream cone, it just automatically feels pleasurable to us, and I think it feels good to us. We have a good experience, and when if the baby is uncomfortable, maybe it's cold and it wants a blanket or something, that's a negative sort of feeling, and we just have these experiences, positive or negative, and I think that's where we get the idea originally of good and bad. So I think that you can use that as a basis for defining these concepts of good and bad, and they don't have to be ill defined, they can be well defined. I think if they are rooted in experiences of pleasure and pain. And as we grow up and mature, we learn to take a long run view of our lives. So a baby might, or a toddler might get a lot of pleasure from eating a bunch of ice cream and cake, but if it gets a stomach ache the next day because it overate, then, and that causes it to have pain, then it realizes, okay, well, I can't just experience, it's not good for me to just load up on immediate pleasure right now if it causes me a lot of pain later, so I have to take the long run into account. And we become more sophisticated in figuring out what leads to the most pleasurable or enjoyable life overall in the long run. And it's not always what gives us pleasure in the moment.
Right.
So
I think you're like agreeing with me about, like, you're saying goodness kind of becomes an abstraction, which is it's kind of what I was saying.
maybe you could call it an abstraction, but it's rooted in concrete experiences, whereas God is not. I don't think that's a concept that is rooted in experiences like pleasure and pain. So I think Ayn Rand makes this point in her article, The Objectivist Ethics, that our concepts of good and bad are our first awareness of those is through our experiences of pleasure and pain. So I think that's now, and it also you come to learn about not just physical pleasure and pain, but also psychological pleasure and pain. Like I gave the example of physical or sensory pleasure or pain from eating cake and ice cream, and then getting a stomach ache later. But that's what you might call physical pleasure and pain. But there's also psychological pleasure and pain. Like you might enjoy spending time with a friend or reading a book. It's very interesting and entertaining. It's not like the value there is something you get from sensory contact, like when the ice cream hits your taste buds. It's not that kind of pleasure. It's more of a psychological pleasure you get from entertainment or having a nice conversation with a friend. So you learn about these other types of pleasure. It's not just physical pleasure, but this is all also experiences you have. So it's not just floating or abstract. It's concrete experiences you have, and I think these give content to an idea of what a good or flourishing life consists of. So I think there are ways to induce, that is, to get from experiences of reality a notion of the good. You don't need to tell someone some false story. You don't have to make up some story and ask someone to, and be deceptive and get someone to think, oh, there's this pleasure and there's this heaven and hell in the afterlife in which you can experience lots of pain or lots of pleasure. You can appeal to the person's own experiences that they've actually had in their life and say, look, how did you feel when you overindulged on this cake? I mean, did you get a really bad stomachache the next day? How did you feel when you told this rude joke to your friend at their expense? Did you feel guilty the next day? Oh, I hear the phone is beeping. Somebody else is trying to call in.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. I guess I'll let them go. But thanks, Dan. That was a good conversation.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for calling in.
All right.
All right, bye. All right, he hung up. All right, I didn't have my, I guess you heard it ringing for a second, but I didn't have my mute on, so I didn't take the call. But I was just in the middle of saying you can appeal to the experiences someone has actually had and observe, what are the effects of acting this way or that way. Look at the cause and effect experiences they've had. Acting in this way caused me a lot of pain or suffering, misery, unhappiness. Acting this other way caused me to feel pleasure or enjoyment or happiness. And so you don't need to appeal to some false story, but do this because otherwise you're going to go to hell in the afterlife. No, do this because you've done similar things in the past and it's had good results. And don't do this other thing because it's had bad results in the past. And you can figure out principles from concrete experiences you've had in the course of your life. You don't need to make up some story that's false. All right. Fix the tab slowing your browser. This tab is using extra resources. To improve your performance, let Chrome make it inactive. Well, this is my Google Voice tag, so I don't want to make that inactive. I do want to refresh it, though. All right, so if that was you who called in a minute ago, you can call back in. Looks like I got another voicemail. Let me see if this... Oh, Conrad? Oh, okay. Conrad called in before. I don't know if this is the same Conrad. Is this the same Conrad who I've talked to before? I think a couple times. But I didn't realize that when I heard it ringing. But you can call back. I can take your call now. Although maybe I should take a break first. Let me look at some of these chats. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Objective Ethics did a super chat for $5 for the tech support fund. Yeah, my OBS crashed a while ago, and I had to restart it. It's free software, though, so... but I do appreciate the super chat. That was the first one of the day, I think. Let's see, the goal, has it already been 3 hours? Yeah, I guess. All right, now I hear it ringing again. Maybe this is Conrad. Hello? Yes. Doing okay. You've called in before, right? Okay. Um, yeah, so how are you doing? Should have asked. Okay, so what did you want to discuss today? What did we talk about last time? Oh, like objective reality? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we could do that, but let me first ask if I take a break for like 10 minutes, would you still be around after that, or like do you have to go soon? Half an hour to 45 minutes. Okay. Then yeah, I think I'll take a break. I don't know if I'll do a full 10 minutes, but at least like 5 minutes, and then we can do a call after that. All right. Can you just call back in? Okay. Talk to you soon. Bye. All right. So I'm gonna do a break here. I guess somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. I see Mellow Mal. He says he'd like to call in. Um, I guess we'll have to do that after the call with Conrad. Okay. Yeah. So let's do that. I'm gonna write in the chat. Um, where's my chat window? Here we go. On break. Back at let's see. It's now 5:31. So I'll say back between 5:37 and 5:42. That's 5 to 10 minutes Pacific time. Okay. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes, subscribes, shares, and I'll see you after the break. I am back. All right. Conrad is going to call in. Let me get the audio ready. On all my scenes, so that when I switch, you don't lose his audio. Okay. I think it's ready. I think he's called in twice before. And what was our first call about? Okay, here I'm calling.
Conrad.
Hello, Conrad.
Hi there.
Hey. Okay, so you said you're interested in talking about abortion. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it
Yeah,
seems to
we
be
can do
kind of a
that.
thorny issue, although it seems to be mostly settled now in the States, given the Supreme Court ruling.
I haven't followed it very closely, but I know that Roe v. Wade was overturned a few years ago, and now it's left up to the states to decide what kind of abortion laws they have, at least to a greater extent than it used to be up to the states.
Yeah. So it seems to be, they punted it right to the states, that now it's more of a political issue that those state governments will have to vote on, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's my
It's
understanding.
not something that will be guaranteed by the Constitution.
Right. Whereas I think it should be legal anywhere. That's my view.
Yeah. So that's what I'm curious about is, I guess, what your view is exactly on abortion, and if you draw a line at any point along the developmental period of a fetus.
I don't think it acquires rights until it becomes a human being, and I don't think it becomes a human being until it is born and separate from the mother. So I don't think it gets rights at any point while it's still in the womb.
Oh, okay. Wow, this is a very hard-line position. Extreme. I would argue extreme position. I know that some people are the exact opposite and say, well, it should have human rights as soon as the zygote's formed, because at that point, it has all the DNA of an individual, unique human being. So I'm curious why you draw the line of being a human deserving of rights at birth or at separation from the mother.
I think humans are the only beings with rights. I don't think animals have rights. I don't think parts of humans have rights. And I think a human to be an individual, a type of individual. I mean, or entity, that's another word you could use. So a rock is an entity. This cough drop I'm holding is an entity. It's a physically self-contained thing in the world, and a fetus is not like that. It's not an entity out in the world. It's inside a person, like your tooth is inside your mouth, or your liver is inside your body, but it's not its own independent entity out in the world. And so I don't think it's, and I think human beings are, by definition, at least I take them to be, things that are independent entities in the world. Otherwise, it's not a human being. You could say it's a potential human being, a fetus is, because one day it will become an entity out in the world, but it is not yet an actual human being until it is its own separate entity. That's what I think.
Why does the presence of being in a body versus outside of a body make a difference to you in being a human being? First, and I want to preface this by saying, I think that like scientists would agree that anything that matches human genetics is a human being. I would assume, and and the zygote even would fit that criteria. Would fit that criterion. So, but I'm curious to know why you think that being within another human being, that the womb, why that precludes that personhood. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Well, so first I'll say on scientists. I'm just taking some notes here on my screen here. Why does being inside the womb preclude rights? I think that was your question, something like that.
Yeah. And then the whole DNA thing is like, a piece of it was like, once the zygote's formed, it has unique DNA at that point. So it's no longer the same DNA as the father and the mother. It has now been, it's now unique.
Yeah. It is unique, but I don't think it's a unique human being. You could say it's a unique organism or developing organism, but I don't think DNA suffices to make something a human being. And I guess it relates to how we form concepts. So when we're figuring out as children, what is a person or a human, and there are different senses. There's a human in a noun sense and human in an adjective sense. I think these often get conflated in the discussion of this issue. Like people will say, "Oh, you don't think a fetus is human? What is it? A frog? Is it a gorilla?" No, it's human in an adjective sense, in that it's related to human beings, but I don't think it's a human in a noun sense. Like a human footprint. If I'm walking on the beach, I might see a footprint and say, "Oh, that's a human footprint." I'm using human in an adjective sense to describe the footprint. It has something to do with human beings, but that doesn't mean that the footprint is a human, right? Or a human hair, right? You could say, here's a human hair, but to use human in an adjective sense doesn't imply that there's a human in a noun sense. And I think it's like that with the DNA. Sure. It means, well, the thing growing inside a woman has something to do with a human being. It's created by human beings, and it's eventually going to be a human being itself, not a frog or a fox. But that doesn't mean it is a human being, which is a noun kind of term.
Yeah, I'm actually not comfortable with this distinction you're making. I think, I think you could make the argument just with different words that I personally would be more comfortable with, but and I just mean that like in a logical sense. So, like the reason why I say this is because, if you have like a fetus or a zygote, whatever, something has its unique DNA, right? That is now like a separate specimen of Homo sapiens. Like a human in the noun sense it's a member of the Homo sapiens species, right? And so a unique member would have its unique DNA. So I think you kind of I really do think you kind of have to say that like a fetus or even a zygote is a human, like just in a purely biological sense. This is why I kind of introduced the word like personhood, because I think that is a little bit different. You could draw a distinction there of whether you're like a fully fledged person, because that term is a bit more ambiguous. But I do think human has kind of a specific meaning, which maybe is being a little bit abused by saying like a fetus is not a human, because like again, it's like unique specimen of Homo sapiens with its unique DNA. I don't know how you can get around that really.
Well, I'm not denying that it is unique and it has unique DNA. But I don't think unique DNA suffices to make it in an organism. Well, maybe you could say it's an organism. And I mean, unless you consider an organism to be an individual, maybe it should be called a potential organism. Just like I said before, I would consider it a potential human being, but not an actual human being.
But it is an organism, though. It's not potential.
Well, I don't know.
It is
I don't
what
know
it,
if it's
there.
I mean, should it? should it be considered an organism when it's not yet independent, rather than considered a part of the woman or a potential organism? I haven't thought about that much, but I've thought more about whether it's a potential or an actual human being. And on that question, I don't think it is an actual human being. But I think
Okay.
it's an implication of your view that anything that has the potential to become like you and I are now should be considered a human being. And I've given this example in a previous conversation, I think with someone maybe by the name of Austin, which I think I might have confused you with him in my memory a little bit. But I asked him, like, if let's say scientists develop this chemical spray, and they've got their spray bottle, and if they spray a rock with this chemical, then that rock will develop into something that looks like you and I. So would you call that rock, or maybe I should say that rock, once it's been sprayed, is that now a human being? And I'm not sure if you gave me a flat out yes, but I'm curious what you would say about that.
Yeah. So are we saying that if I understand this thought experiment correctly, are we saying that once it's been sprayed with this chemical, it turns into a human being, like such that if you were to take a piece of its DNA and test it, you could determine, yeah, this is an organism of the species Homo sapiens?
Yeah, and we can say it takes 9 months, just like a typical development takes. Once you spray the rock, it starts transforming into the structure of like you and I have now. But would you say even like 1 second after the spray, it just looks like a rock, maybe a slightly damp rock since you've just sprayed it with this chemical. It looks like a rock. Would you call it at that point a human being?
Yeah. So if we're saying it just looks like a rock, but if you can take a sample and you can test that sample, you can determine that indeed it is a unique new member organism of the species Homo sapiens. If that's true, then yes, I would say that is a human being. But I want to be clear that whenever I say this, I don't want to imply that I think that it is deserving of all the rights that fully developed human beings have at that stage. I just want to kind of make the point that I do think that I feel like it's more accurate to say that it is a human being, or at least it is an organism of the species Homo sapiens, which I feel like is saying the same thing as saying it's a human being. But I think that I know that your position is that it doesn't deserve the same rights at that stage as a fully developed human being does, which I would agree with you actually at that stage.
Okay. I'm not sure what the best direction is to go here. Roman Viking is here in the chat. Hello. Audrey says she has to go. Okay. Bye, Audrey. Thanks for coming by.
I could ask you a more pointed question, which is, why do you think that that kind of fraction of a second before the baby has exited, the womb, and then after, why do you think that magical fraction of a second, that magical moment, confers personhood on the baby, and now all of a sudden it is deserving of the rights that pertain to being human?
Well, that's when it becomes its own independent entity, at least, or after the umbilical cord is cut. I got into that with the previous, I guess, Austin, previous caller. We talked about, what is the exact moment? Is it when its umbilical cord is cut? Is that when it gets rights? And we could maybe get into that. But I think we can just say, I think that's when it becomes a human being. It's a big deal. I mean, why do we celebrate birthdays? Why is it a big deal when it comes out? Well, I think it's part of how we interface with the world. Is we're aware of a world of entities, and it's not as big a change like when it goes from we don't celebrate 5.6 months pregnant or something. There's nothing special about that, but there is something special about when this thing finally comes out into the world and it's its own entity.
Yeah,
That's
it's a very emotional moment.
Well, I don't think there's a reason behind the emotion. It's just we don't just feel the emotion for random reasons. I think it's because it's now a new thing out in the world that we can see as its own entity. It's a new thing in the world.
I don't find that convincing because at first I think that it's an emotional moment because for a variety of reasons, not like for some kind of philosophical reason of now this being an entity that's no longer within another entity physically. I think that it's because you've gone through 9 months, right, of being pregnant as the woman, and then they've given birth, presumably in a painful process, and the baby presumably is okay, and then it's kind of a relief, right, and then it's like, oh, it's here, it's healthy, et cetera, et cetera. So like there's kind of a lot of emotions that are tied up with that aren't really related to any philosophical concepts. I don't think that there's any. I think it's arbitrary to say that now this baby is a person deserving of all the rights appertaining because it has had its umbilical cord clipped, or because it's now exited the birth canal. Like that, to me, there's no real logical reason for making that distinction. So yeah, I guess I would just ask like what is the reason? What is the logical reason for that being the point at which? And you said dependence. When the baby's born, it's still wholly dependent on the mother. Just because it's outside of the mother doesn't mean it's not dependent on her. It needs her to feed. It needs it's dependent on everybody, in fact, but certainly on the mother as well. So
it's dependent.
Frankly,
yeah.
it's dependent for many years after.
But not in the same sense as when it was in the womb. It has more independence. As to I don't know if this is getting ahead of where we should be right now, but I think that the point of rights is for how, the way I see it, it's a principle to guide how one should interact with other individuals in the world. Like, how should I interact with you? Should I, if I want something from you, should I coerce you and force you to give it to me, or should I appeal to your mind and try to persuade you? But it's independent human beings interacting with each other, and rights defines a certain way for those individuals to interact. But there's no individual yet when it's still in the womb. It's not some other being out in the world to decide how to interact with. You can decide how to interact with the pregnant mother, but there's not some other being out in the world to interact with when it's still in the womb. So I think the issue of rights, which I think is downstream, this is why I thought, well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. The issue of whether it has rights is downstream from the issue of whether it's a human being. Like, I don't think it's even a human being yet, and I think it only has rights if it's a human being. But I guess, so to argue that it doesn't have rights, maybe I would first need to argue it's not a human being, in which I've been trying to argue, and I guess not persuasively to you, which is okay. But I at least wanted to say something about what I think the point of rights is, namely it's a principle to govern how individuals interact with each other in the world. And I don't think the fetus is yet an individual, at least not in the relevant sense, the sense that I think is relevant to the idea of rights. But let me pause there.
Yeah. Well, I think that maybe we should circle back to the human being aspect of this, but I will briefly say about rights. I think that rights certainly imply some kind of intrinsic value in the conscious systems which are assigned rights. I think that is kind of really probably like one of the preconditions to rights, at least to rights as they're commonly given. And I think that rights are the most important for people or human beings that are unable to that don't have power essentially in the world, right? The rights are the most important for the powerless. If you were all powerful, you wouldn't need rights because you could do whatever you wanted. So rights really are a requirement for a world in which you have some apes that are stronger than others and could impose their will upon them. And so you need organized society, which gives rise to rights, which can help with interactions between the members of that society in a way that's, as harmonious as it can be, and that's, leads to human flourishing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in terms of, being a human being, obviously a baby or a fetus, those are probably one of the most vulnerable, if you would grant that they're a human being, one of the most vulnerable human beings out there, because they literally have no say or capability to exert power in the world. So I think from a rights perspective, those are the ones you'd want to protect the most. That is to say, preserve their rights and enforce the rights as they relate to the baby. But since you don't agree that it's not a human being, I understand why you wouldn't want to grant something that's not a human being rights. Though I do think that animals deserve some level of rights and I think we do give them some level of rights, just implicitly through our laws where you can't torture them, et cetera. But that's a side point. So I don't see how, I really don't see how you can say that like a baby that still is connected with the umbilical cord is not a human being. Like it's, I was making the argument back there about the zygote. It's really the same argument, but just a bit more visceral when you have a fully formed baby, right? It just connected with the umbilical cord at that point. So, like, in what sense well, I guess I'll put it this way. Again, it is a separate organism with separate DNA. I think that is.
Well, it's not separate.
I think that's
that's the point. If it's still connected, that's like by definition, at least one way in which it's not separate, not fully.
Well, by separate, I mean separate in terms of its being a unique organism of the species Homo sapiens. I just don't know like if anybody would define it any other way. I know you are, but I don't know. I don't know if any other person would define it any other way. Like, that you need to have your umbilical cord cut all of a sudden to become a human being. Like that's not scientific at all. It's not rational. I don't think.
Well, I don't agree with that, and I don't think it's also a scientific consensus that a zygote is a human being. I mean, you could say human life begins at conception, but then you're using human in the adjective sense. So that's okay.
What is human life if not a human being?
You're just part of the process of becoming or being a human being. You could say you could say if you want to use human life. I mean, in a sense, it's not a human life. If by human life you mean in the fully developed, like living by reason, and they don't even have a faculty of reason yet. But if you just mean like there's a continuous biological process, which at one point becomes there's some developing organism which at some point becomes separated from its mother. You could say that's all part of a human life, at least in some sense of human life. But I think it's reading too much into what scientists actually say to interpret that as meaning there's a human being in the noun sense when you have a clump of cells.
Yeah, so I'll just I'll pull up a definition of human, the noun from Oxford: a man, woman, or child of the species Homo sapiens, or other extinct species of the genus Homo, a human being. So, I mean, I guess that's punting the question to, oh, is a fetus considered a child? You know, um, but you could also look at the definition of organism, which is an individual animal in this case. So
Sure.
so I think clearly it is an organism. It's an individual animal.
Well, is it
It has its own
individual?
genes.
Is it really an individual when it's attached to the inside of uterus?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's clearly individual in the sense in which what matters for the definition, in that
Well, I
it
don't know
is a
that that
separate
is what matters for
organism.
the definition. I think
So okay, so okay, well, let me put it this way: if we were to, and this has been done, graft you onto another person, such that now your skin's connected to that other person, would you say you are now no longer a human?
oh, this is like the conjoined twins case.
Well, it's been done
Um,
actually. Unfortunately, the Nazi scientists did this as I think it was either the Nazis or the Japanese during World War II did these experiments, where they actually connected people together that were not previously conjoined twins. So does that take away the personhood of one or the other? That's the other question, right? Of like, okay, they're connected, but which one is a person, which one isn't?
I think
Which one's a human,
I
which
guess
one
it would
isn't?
be maybe it should be called conjoined humans or conjoined persons, but they're not on the inside. It's a different kind of connection. If you're growing on the inside of a mother, you're not out in the world as conjoined twins are who have been born, or people who've been attached to each other through some kind of skin grafting. They're still out in the world. They're not in some other entity. And so they have a kind of independence that the fetus doesn't have. Not independent from each other,
Well,
but independent
yeah,
from
yeah.
a mother.
Just so I understand, are you saying that the baby once birthed, even though it's connected with the umbilical cord, is a human being, or is the umbilical cord being connected? Um, the necessary is that the condition that has to be severed in order for it to be a human being?
Well, I don't have a really strong view. I mean, whether the birth is sufficient or the umbilical cord has to be cut, but I at least think that it has to be born. And maybe, I mean, I'm at least sympathetic to the idea that to be fully separate and therefore to actually be a human being officially, the cord has to be cut. But I'm open to argument that birth is sufficient, even if it's still connected by the cord. But
Well, I mean,
certainly it's
yeah,
not a human being when it's inside. I would say that much.
I think the cord connection would be the more extreme position for you to take. So I don't know if you
Yeah.
want to take that position or to be inside.
Yeah, that would be, I guess you could call that more extreme.
Um, so I guess I would approach it from the most extreme and kind of work my way in. But so yes, I would bring up again that point of, you know, people have been grafted together. You could also make the point of conjoined twins. You could make, yeah, you could have a lot of thought experiments as well, but those are actually real things that can happen. So I think you need to go into thought experiment. So I don't know, like you said, that maybe they're connected in a different sense. Why, you know, why does, like, just why does the context of birth matter here? You know, when previously you were saying it was connection of the bodies.
Well, there's different kinds of connections. So I guess if you're raising the point like and I think this came up with Austin, are conjoined twins less independent of each other than a just born fetus slash baby? I guess it's controversial what exactly its status is. Fetus slash human. If it's still connected by the cord, does it have more independence than from its mother than the conjoined twins have from each other?
Well, dependence
I'm not
isn't
sure.
the
Maybe.
criterion. I think we already addressed that.
What's that?
Yes. Oh, I was just saying, dependence isn't really the criterion, right? Because we already went over about how a baby, once the cord's been separated, is still dependent. Really, it's still fully dependent. So, and I thought you said that, like, the sufficient condition was the cord being connected. So I guess I would ask then, just so we can clarify, like, what is the condition that makes the baby a human being?
Well, I think at least there could be multiple, but I think one condition is physical separation. I don't want to go in circles here, and so maybe I should take notes down here, and not blaming you for this at all. I'm just to help keep track, and I want this to be as productive as possible. So let me just write this down. So I'll write what is the condition that makes something human, and I will answer that by saying one condition is that it's physically separate from, I don't know if I should say from other entities. I'll go with that for now, and maybe I'll want to refine that later, but at least for now, it's physically separate from other entities. Okay. All right, so where do we go for? We can use that as a basis and then try to build on.
I would like to have, the full set of conditions if possible, but if that's too much to ask at this point, I think we could proceed just in the one condition, because that, if we negate that, then it must follow, if that's a necessary condition, that something is not a human.
Okay.
So if we say it is not physically separate, then it's not a human. And so again, I would bring up the point of the World War II Nazi experiments or the conjoined twins.
Okay, well, let me write that down here. Nazi experiments or conjoined twins, and that's a counterexample, or at least a possible counterexample. Okay. So you asked, well, what about other conditions? So something like, a rock, that can be an entity physically separate from other entities, but it's not a human. So there are other conditions, and so we could mention, like, it has to be. Well, I guess DNA is one possible way we could put it. It has to have human DNA, or it has to be a member of the species rational animal. If we're going to use Aristotle's definition, he defined man as a rational animal.
I would personally, I would say that it should be a member of the species Homo sapiens. I think to me that is a unique member of the species, or a member of the species Homo sapien. Yeah, I think that.
Okay, I'm okay with using that for now.
That's okay. Like a unique member of the species. To me, that's like a sufficient condition to be a human. To me, the question is, well, at what point do humans deserve rights, or the same set of rights at the very least as other humans that are fully developed and autonomous?
Okay. Well, that's a downstream issue, the rights issue, I think. So I thought first we wanted to just focus on
human. Yeah.
What's that?
Sorry, I was just thinking, that's why we're doing this whole human thing, because I guess I think what you want to do is say that all humans deserve the same rights, and that's why you want to exclude the fetus or the baby from having these rights at this stage, because you don't want to kind of introduce a distinction where you're like, okay, some humans deserve rights, but other ones don't. Whereas I'm actually comfortable doing that, but I understand if you wouldn't want to do that for philosophical reasons, or for, I don't know, like epistemological hygiene or something.
I'm not sure exactly why. Like, I guess the the issue of whether it's a human should be maybe considered apart from the issue of rights entirely. And I guess one could take the position that you have and say, like, we might entirely agree on whether a given thing has rights and just disagree on whether we call that thing human. And I don't know if we do agree on whether a given thing has rights. Seems like maybe you think fetuses have rights and shouldn't be aborted. Is that correct? I'm just
I think there is a line during the developmental process at which essentially it becomes a person. So I do think that it's human all the way through from inception. It's a human organism. That's my view. And I think that at a certain point, that human organism becomes a person, and personhood is what should confer rights, not just the mere status, biological status as being a member of the species Homo sapiens. So I think that there is a point, though, at which that fetus becomes a person and therefore should be protected by the rights that every other human is protected by. And that, to me, that line, that there's a dividing line there, which we can get into where that is. But I think it's interesting that, you know, your line is like at very, very at the far end. And to me, like where I draw the line, I feel like I have some rational like justification for it. But to me, and I understand, you know, this is just my interpretation of your argument. So others could agree that what you're saying is rational. But to me, it's arbitrary to draw it like severing the umbilical cord or something for the reasons that I mentioned, the counterexample being joint twins, et cetera, where we can kind of do I would say that's kind of like you could do a reductio ad absurdum kind of, you know, take by saying, oh, well, conjoined twins are not human or not, they don't deserve rights, you can kill them, whatever, just because they're connected and they violate.
I wouldn't say that.
Condition of being human.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that about that. You can just kill conjoined twins because they're connected, but they're connected in a different sort of way than the fetuses. But we can get into that. But let me just take a short break here to just acknowledge the chat a little bit. I just want to say hello to Gene. Gene has joined the chat. It looks like, let me read at least one of his chats. The baby needs itself to live. The baby drinks milk. Until then, the mother is feeding it without the baby taking any actions. When the baby can survive, says objective ethics, without being attached to the mother, it is a person. Why debate what a human is? Asks Gene. The central question is, what are rights, and why does a person have rights? I've certainly heard that point made before, and I think I guess my view is human beings by their nature have rights, but then that raises a question, okay, well, what's a human being? So if you think it doesn't really matter what a human is, we just need to figure out what has rights. And let's say you're of the view that a fetus does not have rights, and let's say a religious person, and so that you're okay with abortion because you don't think a fetus has rights, and abortion, and then a religious person then says, okay, well then you're okay with murder because I think a fetus is a human being, and you're okay with killing it, so you're okay with murder. So I don't know that you can get around that issue of like what would be your response to that?
My response would be that yeah,
Oh, yeah. I guess I can
personhood
ask you that
emerges.
as well because you have a similar
Oh,
position.
sorry, I thought you were asking me. Sorry.
Yeah, I was posing that to Gene in the chat, but you can also answer that because, like, on your view, it's not if it's just a zygote, it's a human being, but it's not a person. Yet it doesn't have rights. So you're okay with killing some human beings. And so
Oh
imagine
yeah, of
if someone
course.
says that to you, you're okay with killing some innocent human beings. And that's murder. You're okay with murder.
Well, so first, like society is okay with killing human beings all the time. I acknowledge you added in the word innocent there for the second piece, but when I said of course, I meant of course we kill human beings all the time. We do so in war. We do so judicially. Um, so yeah, so killing human beings is not an abnormal thing in a civilized society, though obviously it is an unfortunate fact of life, but in terms of the zygote and everything, I think the reason why I draw the line after conception, and I could be wrong about this. I think this is a very difficult topic philosophically, but the reason why I draw the line after that before birth, and I'll actually draw the line somewhere around, I think it's like 22 weeks, I think approximately, where brainwaves start to start to emerge, where you can detect brainwaves. I think that once the baby has consciousness, then you can't, then it's deserving of all the rights, basically. I think prior to consciousness, there's no reason to give it rights, even though biologically you could argue that it is a human being. It is just a human being that hasn't developed consciousness yet, and therefore it has had no experience whatsoever. It has had no experience of suffering, of joy, of anything. And so it is functionally, equivalent. I'm sympathetic to the kind of the bundle of cells argument at that stage. But I think that once it develops brainwaves, you really can't make that argument anymore. It's become a separate conscious system. I think that conscious systems are what really deserve rights, and to varying degrees. Humans, being very complex conscious systems, deserve far greater rights than animals do. But I do think animals still deserve some level of rights because they are conscious systems. And and then the baby, right? It is, and I think there's also a piece here where, I think that what I laid out there is yeah. Maybe I'll leave it at that and see what you think about that.
Okay. Well, one thought on that is, what about a sleeping person who's not conscious, or a person in a coma? Do they lose their rights, at least temporarily lose their rights?
No. I think if they're capable of consciousness, and I would say a sleeping person is conscious if they're dreaming, but if you were to make the argument, they've been put under with some drug where they're enduring sleepless unconsciousness, basically pure, like actual unconsciousness, then yeah, I would say they're still deserving of rights because they have the capacity for consciousness.
Well, couldn't you also say that of the zygote? It has the capacity,
No,
given enough time, it will develop, just like the person who's been put under, given enough time, once the once the anesthesia wears off, it will develop consciousness again.
well, I think there's a difference between capacity and potential. So capacity to me implies that the structure you're currently dealing with, the system you're currently dealing with, is capable of consciousness, under slightly different circumstances, which could be enacted. Whereas potential is, this current structure we're looking at, the zygote or the fetus prior to however many weeks is required, which could vary, right? Depending on the speed of development. I think it's 22 weeks I think it's the average, but in any case, it's the structure, right? So does the structure you're looking at currently have the capacity for consciousness, or does it not? I think that's kind of a clear test.
Okay. Someone just called in, I think. I heard it beeping, but
Well, I can, yeah. If you want to take
I
that,
don't
I can hop
want to.
off.
I don't want to
It
end the
is getting a little
call.
late.
Oh, but if you have to go, yeah, we can end it now. I was just going to say we don't have to end it. I actually was enjoying getting into this in some depth, but if you have to go, that's
Okay.
cool, of course.
Well, I could hang on a little bit longer, but
Okay.
Yeah, I can hang on if we wanted to kind of, yeah, I guess come to some kind of conclusion on it or whatever, if possible.
Yeah, well, maybe we can pick this up later if you call in another time. I guess in the last few minutes, um, I'm interested in digging in to this part I got on the screen. I guess let's see, is that yeah on my notes? You were asking me what are the conditions that make something human, and I said one condition is that it's physically separate from other entities, and then you mentioned counterexamples like the Nazi experiment where you skin graft two people together and then the conjoined twins. And the other condition is that it's a member of the species Homo sapiens. Now, I think the second condition might be redundant on the first condition because I don't know that I would call it a member unless it's physically separate from other entities. So maybe it's not yet a member. A member is maybe just a kind of substitute term for an entity or individual. Like I wouldn't say a fetus is a member of the species. It's a potential member, but I don't. At least I'm not sure I would want to call it a member yet. So this
Well,
just
let me give
occurred
you
to
a
me
thought
now.
experiment. Yeah. What if you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what if we, say we explored some other planet, we found life forms there, they, um, they, for whatever reason, they killed some animal over there, and they couldn't bring the whole body back, but it happened to be female and had a fetus inside of it. They took the fetus out, they brought it back. Well, the scientists would say, "Oh, look, we've discovered a new member of the species, alien Xylex or whatever, whatever we want to call this thing." Uh, I feel pretty confident that the scientific community would treat it that way, right? That it is indeed a member of this new species we've discovered, even though it's a fetus.
Well, I mean, if I'm not sure I got the thought experiment. They take the fetus out of this other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because let's say they don't have the room on the rocket or whatever; it's too big, and so they have to cut the fetus out because they want to bring back, this thing. But since we can't bring back the large mother, which is dead, we just bring back the fetus, smaller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think maybe we need to add another condition here, which is it has to reach a certain level of development, and this relates to the rock, the spraying chemical on a rock example I gave. That's an entity, so that meets the first condition. It's a physically separate entity from other entities in the world, but I wouldn't call it a human being at that stage. I think it has, at least I would entertain the idea that it needs to visually appear like you and I, at least roughly. I mean, not identically, of course, but
yeah, I think that thought experience is a little bit misleading though, because like the very nature of being a member of the organism is that you're going to look, like that organism, at least at the equivalent developmental stage, whereas a rock doesn't look like any kind of organism. I guess you could say maybe it looks like maybe it looks like an egg or something. You get a perfectly shaped rock. And so you can make that comparison. But otherwise, I think the thought experiment is introducing friction that really doesn't deserve to be there by saying, well, this thing doesn't look like this other thing. Yeah, we could still say it's the same thing. Well, that will never happen by virtue of what organisms are and the way they develop, biological organisms. But I think the most important thing here to me is I feel like we can't really get around this one problem here, which is that condition, the necessary condition, which is that it's physically separate from other entities. If we negate
because
that,
of the
then it's not a human. Yeah. So, but because that's a necessary condition that follows from something being human, if we negate that, then that thing must not be a human, logically. So again, we have to say, based on that condition, that conjoined twins are not human, or that these Nazi experiment people are not human.
Okay.
Which I think is incorrect. I think, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess we need to deal with that. I have to further define the idea of being physically separate. So I think their kind of physical non-separation is significantly different than the fetus's physical non-separation from the mother. It's a different kind, such that I think you could call the conjoined twins out in the world humans or conjoined humans, but I wouldn't say that the fetus in the womb is. So maybe I should refine this now and say one condition is that it's physically separate from other entities, at least in the sense that, I don't know if this is the most eloquent way to formulate this, but this is my first draft, so it's not going to be elegant. At least in the sense that it's not growing, or maybe I'll use the term living on the inside of another entity. So that would deal with both the Nazi fused grafted skin graft case and the conjoined twins case.
Yeah. Yeah, it would, but I think it feels like we're kind of working backwards a little bit. We're kind of working backwards to prove the conclusion rather than coming up with principles that will yield a conclusion. Like, to me, it's not. It is arbitrary to me to say it has to be inside the other one, versus not inside the other one. And you could think of all sorts of crazy thought experiments too, where you take somebody's, I don't know, you disembody somebody's brain, maybe you put on life support, and then you cut somebody open and put their brain inside the other person. Now all of a sudden that brain's not a human. Like all sorts of kinds of thoughts experiments you could come up with for that. But to me, it is arbitrary to me to say, well, it has to be inside. That's actually the condition.
I don't think it is arbitrary, and I mean, you can come up with really strange thought experiments, and but I don't think that shows that this is an arbitrary kind of distinction. I think it's.
What is the principle for that? For saying, oh, it can't be inside, or rather, it has to be inside for it to be non-human.
Well,
although I don't know exactly which of those claims you're making, but
I mean, if we're just like, if I say list the entities in your environment. Like right now, I see a salt shaker, I see a bowl, I see a spoon, I see a sponge, I see my laptop. These are all the things in my environment. Now, if you said list the things or the entities in your environment, I wouldn't say, okay, well, there's a cubic centimeter. I have a bottle of dish liquid. So that's one thing I didn't mention before, but yeah, I've got a bottle of dish liquid in front of me, and I don't list as one of the things in my environment a cubic centimeter of the dish liquid, this part of the dish liquid. Or I've got a microwave, I could have listed that, but I don't say like the I don't know, some wire that's going through my microwave that's part of the circuitry. So the way we break things down in our environments is in terms of entities, not parts of entities. I mean, you can in your mind break them down further into these finer subdivisions, but there is some kind of perspective on the world where entities are the givens in epistemologically. Like we are confronted with a world of entities, and then later we can mentally carve them up in our minds into parts of entities and attributes of entities, like the blueness of the salt shaker, the orangeness of the dishwashing liquid.
Yeah, I think that really goes to prove my point, because we're talking about entities, and with the dish soap, 1 cubic millimeter of the dish soap is, we don't specify that, but that, the dish soap is homogeneous. It's the same thing. Whereas the fetus is separate tissue. It's not the mother's tissue. It's a separate tissue. That's why, biologically, right, you have all these different things that are going on to make sure that the mother's body isn't killing this thing because it's foreign tissue, and so on. So it's separate tissue, separate DNA. It is a separate entity. And certainly I don't see any reason why we should say, like the physical location, whether it be inside another entity or not, makes any difference as to whether it is a separate entity or not. Like the salt's in the salt shaker, the soap's in the soap container, the water's in the pipes. There's all sorts of different entities that are in other entities. So I don't think that's at all unnatural.
Well, maybe this gets us into a discussion of what is an entity. So set aside the issue of a human entity, but just what is an entity? That's a more basic question, and I don't know if we should get into that now because you said you had to go soon. But that might be if we are to continue this either now or later. Maybe that would be the place to go next to make progress in this discussion.
Yeah, perhaps. It is. It's interesting. I wish I could continue. It just is getting late, and
okay.
Unfortunately,
well, you're welcome to call back in a future stream. I'll probably stream again as usual 5 days from now on Monday. So feel free to call back if you'd like.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate the call as always, and have a good night.
All right, you too. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
Okay. I'm muting all my channels now in preparation for the next call. Muting all my scenes. I've got to mute them all now, and then I had to unmute them again after I screen the call for the next caller, unless it's somebody I already know who I don't need to screen. All right, see a lot of chats from Gene. One chat from John. Let me look at some of those. Thanks for the likes, by the way. We're up to 13 likes. Super chat is still open. Let me reset this goal. 5 super chats. Any amount. You can do a super chat anytime. You don't have to wait for a goal, of course, but it might help to have a reminder. It might help me to remind you. All right. So someone tried to call about 15 minutes ago. I'm going to turn off my do not disturb so I hear it now if it rings. Okay. So where am I going to start here? Let me read some of these chats related to the conversation I was just having. Babies don't have all the rights, says Gene. What rights don't they have? They don't have the right to vote. What about the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? An extraterrestrial could have rights. Maybe it depends whether, like, should E.T., I guess we could take that. Should E.T. have rights from the Steven Spielberg movie? Does anything that has that is a rational animal have rights? I think it might depend on the kind of species it is. Like, what if it's a species like a rational spider? Ayn Rand mentions that example in Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. Something with the body of a spider, but it has reasoning capabilities. And she says, she asks, should that be considered a man? And she says, no. Even if we define man as a rational animal, because it has differences that are too significant to warrant classifying it under the same concepts as you and I. This was a example of how you would deal with a borderline case. But let's say this rational spider survived by preying on human beings. Well, then we're in a predator-prey relationship with these rational spiders. In that case, I don't see that it would be right to respect their rights if they're out to kill us, right? They survive by eating us. Now, if we could engage in trade with them to mutual benefit, then I would say, okay, then they have rights and we should respect those rights. But maybe amongst the spider community, they should respect each other's rights. But if the spider community survives by eating human beings, then I don't think we should respect their rights, even if they are rational animals, because rights are egoistic. They should enable us to survive. And if respecting their rights undercuts our own survival, then they don't have rights as far as we as human beings are concerned. At least that's how I'm thinking of it right now. So I think it might depend on the nature of the extraterrestrial being as to whether it in fact has rights. And you just say they could have rights. You don't say they necessarily have rights. So I agree with that. Do you join any large philosophy Discord? I don't know what you consider large. I think you mentioned one a while ago that you said one of them banned Rand, or discussion of Rand, the mention of Rand. I'm not part of any that do that, at least not to my knowledge. I've been in Destiny's Discord. I haven't been active there recently, but I used to participate more there. Let's see, what else is there? There's a politics Discord. I'm not sure if that might be the biggest one I'm in. I'm not sure. All right, see some more from Gene. I guess babies do have rights to life, liberty, but not pursuit of happiness. Baby cannot sign a mortgage contract. Well, I don't know about life, the right to liberty. If liberty means the right to act on its own judgments, let's say the baby wants to stick something in its mouth that would be harmful to it, and you can forcibly stop it from doing that, you're interfering with its liberty, but that's okay because it hasn't developed a rational faculty yet, hasn't acquired the knowledge yet it needs to do what is in its own interest. The right to the pursuit of happiness. Maybe the baby doesn't yet have a conception of such a thing as the pursuit of happiness. So maybe it's premature to say it has that right. True, it can't sign a mortgage contract. The spider goes to jail if it threatens to kill a human or even another spider. A spider who survives via its intelligence would have lots of ways to eat without eating humans. It would have altered its environment like we have. It would be better off trading with other rationals. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Rationality is such a fundamental characteristic that I don't know why it would survive by eating humans, or that it would need to survive that way. So I was just trying to come up with a case for the sake of argument as to why we might not want to respect some other being's rights, some other type of being. So I was just stipulating for the sake of argument, like just assume that it does survive by preying on human beings. Then, even though it's rational, we wouldn't be obligated to respect its rights. Or maybe you could think of it as not having rights as far as we're concerned. It doesn't have any rights that we need to respect. Just like a bear, right? If a bear attacks a human being, and we shoot the bear to prevent it from attacking a human being, we're not violating the bear's rights. It doesn't have any rights as far as we're concerned to be respected. It doesn't have any rights at all, but good call. So baby has right to life, but not liberty. I've never thought this carefully about exactly what rights a baby has, but yeah, just considering it now, maybe it just has the right to life. I mean, at least out of those three mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, it doesn't have the right to liberty or the pursuit of happiness, just because it's too early to have a conception of happiness or pursuing happiness. I mean, I guess it could pursue pleasure. It has at least some implicit rudimentary idea of pleasure from the very beginning. It's born with the pleasure-pain mechanism. A lot of callers, people in general, are concerned with it. You mean exactly what rights a baby has? You could also think of the baby's rights as being held in trust until it gets older. Held in trust by its parent or guardian. So does it does it have the right to liberty, but that right is being held in trust by its parents? Maybe to a diminishing degree as it gets older? I'm not sure what exactly is the best way to think of that. Humans choose who or what they want to interact with. A mom should be able to stop interacting with her fetus. Once it's born, she signs a contract to care for it, and the government holds her to that contract. Well, she doesn't sign a literal contract, right? But maybe an implicit one. It's understood that she's responsible for it. Or maybe her as well as the father. Unless she gives it up for adoption. And sometimes people will leave their child on a doorstep or like at a fire station, right? I don't know what the rules are or the laws surrounding that. Is someone who does that breaking a contract, or maybe an implicit contract? Let me make a note here on the from my conversation with Conrad. Oh, somebody's calling now. Hello? Hi. Are you in the... oh, he just hung up. Maybe that was a troll. He said he called for capitalism. And then I was about to ask him, are you in the YouTube chat? And then he hung up. Oh, I was going to make a note that if I pick up this conversation with Conrad again, maybe a good place to start is with the question, what is an entity? I was saying that I don't think a fetus is an entity. I mean, there's a broad sense of the term entity in which you could say it's an entity, but there's a narrower sense in which it's not an entity because it's not a physically separate thing from other entities. It's growing on the inside of an entity, namely its mother, but it's not out in the world as its own entity. So then we were talking about, well, what about a cubic centimeter of dish liquid inside the bottle of dish liquid? Is that an entity? Well, in a very broad sense of entity, you could say it is, but I think there's a narrower sense in which it's not, which I think is maybe the same as what Aristotle called a primary substance. Primary substance. So I'm just going to write here. Oh, actually, let me move this down. These were the other conditions. What is the condition that makes something human? 1, it's physically separate. 2, it's a member of the species Homo sapiens. 3, it must reach a certain stage of development. So that it looks like a human, unlike the sprayed rock, for example. That was the part of the thought experiment I gave. So I think if Conrad calls back about this, maybe pick up with the discussion of what an entity is. And just as a reminder, I'll say 1 cubic centimeter of dish liquid is not an entity in the relevant sense. That's what I think. And let's see. I'll also mention Aristotle's primary substance. So a human is a type of entity, whereas a fetus is not. But that presupposes an understanding of what an entity is. But it looks like we're not on the same page about that. So we have to get clear on that before we can discuss whether a fetus is an entity in the relevant sense. I'll say entity has broad and narrow senses. Individual, that's another similar term, like entity. I might also say, and I have said, fetuses are not individuals. Let me throw that term in here. What an entity or individual is. A square inch of a square foot within a square yard, within an acre, within a square mile, says Greg. Thing, that's another related term. I use that. List all the things in your environment. And I started listing the salt shaker and the bowl, the spoon, the laptop. But thing is a term with multiple senses. There's a sense in which a fetus is a thing, and a sense in which it's not a thing. All right, I addressed all the recent chats. Maybe I should go back to the earlier chats now. Isn't an entity anything with properties and a given nature? Asked Gene. An atom is an entity. In some sense, yeah, but it's not a... it's not an entity in the sense of something that's given to perception. It's not on the perceptual level. And that's another way you can think of entities, the sorts of things that you're aware of directly in perception. Not things you have to use a microscope in order to see or infer the existence of. Like, I don't have to infer the existence of my salt shaker. I directly see it. But I do have to infer the existence of something like an atom. You have no conception of an atom when you're a baby. That's something you have to learn about. But you can directly see the salt shaker. So what are the things given in perception? That's one way you can think of an entity. Yeah, Greg, I was thinking about going to ITOE to see what Rand says about entities, and he mentions ITOE Appendix, Intro to Objectivist Epistemology, Entities and Their Makeup. There's a section on that. Maybe I should look it up in the lexicon. Entity. To exist is to be something as distinguished from the nothing of non-existence. It is to be an entity of a specific nature, made up of specific attributes. The development of human cognition starts with the ability to perceive things, i.e. entities. Of man's 5 cognitive senses, only 2 provide him with a direct awareness of entities, sight and touch. The other 3 senses, hearing, taste, and smell, give him an awareness of some of an entity's attributes. or of the consequences produced by an entity. They tell him that something makes sounds, or something tastes sweet, or something smells fresh. But in order to perceive this something, he needs sight and or touch. The concept entity is implicitly the start of man's conceptual development and the building block of his entire conceptual structure. It is by perceiving entities that man perceives the universe. So if it's the start of man's conceptual development, you don't start with a cubic centimeter of dish liquid. You start with the bottle of dish liquid. And then later you can focus in mentally on the fact that there's a cubic centimeter within it, but that's not where you start. Epistemologically. The first concepts man forms are concepts of entities, since entities are the only primary existence. Attributes cannot exist by themselves. They are merely the characteristics of entities. Motions are motions of entities. Relationships are relationships among entities. And now we got Leonard Peikoff. This term entity may be used in several senses. If you speak in the primary sense, entity has to be defined ostensibly, that is to say, by pointing. I can, however, give you 3 descriptive characteristics essential to the primary philosophic use of the term according to objectivism. This is not a definition because I'd have to rely ultimately on pointing to make these points clear, but it will give you certain criteria for the application of the term in the primary sense. An entity means a self-sufficient form of existence, as against a quality, an action, a relationship, etc., which are simply aspects of an entity that we separate out by specialized focus. An entity is a thing. An entity in the primary sense is a solid thing with a definite boundary, as against a fluid such as air. In the literal sense, air is not an entity. There are contexts, such as when the wind moves as one mass, when you can call it that by analogy, but in the primary sense, fluids are not entities. An entity is perceptual in scale, so that would rule out the atom as being an entity in this primary sense. An entity is perceptual in scale and size. In other words, it is a this, which you can point to and grasp by human perception. In an extended sense, you can call molecules or the universe as a whole entities because they are self-sufficient things. But in the primary sense, when we say that entities are what is given in sense perception, we mean solid things which we can directly perceive. You can't directly perceive a zygote. It's just 2 tiny cells. You would need a microscope to see them. So that's not on the scale of entities in the primary sense. An entity is a solid thing open to human perception and capable of independent action. So you don't see a fetus in the womb. You see a mother with a curve on her front side. There's no, you don't see it. It's not on the perceptual level. I mean, you could cut her open, do a C-section, take it out, and then it could become an entity in the primary sense. Now it's on the perceptual, now it's open to perception. But at least while it's growing inside her, it's not part of your perceptual field. I guess you can do a sonogram and see it that way. And then it could be an entity in some sense. But then it would still, maybe there are other characteristics. It still wouldn't meet well, it's not self-sufficient. If it's like once it's born, it can exist on its own, and yeah, it'll need to be fed, but it's at least it has more self-sufficiency than when it's in the womb. All right, that's the last entry on entity in the lexicon. David Wilson, hello. He says, excellent show, Dan. Thanks for all your work to make this show interesting and engaging for a wide variety of listeners, even those who have never read Ayn Rand. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, David. And Greg just came in with a super sticker for $1.99. Thank you, Greg. That I'll count that towards my goal of 5 super chats. The number only goes up if it's a super chat, but I'll count super stickers as well. So thank you. All right, let me read some more of these chats. Now you're quoting Professor F from the appendix of ITOE. Is a built-in closet an entity? Ayn Rand says, yes, certainly, because you distinguish it from the room. It's not the room. You're using the searchable CD-ROM, limited by message size. But let me give you the arch example of this type of consideration. What about a square inch of grounds? What about a square inch of grounds? Is that an entity or not? You can, from an epistemological viewpoint, regard any part of an entity as a separate entity in that context. And a square inch of ground would be just that. The entity would be the whole grounds. You delimit it and examine 1 square inch of it. In the context of your examination, it is a specific entity, that particular inch, even though metaphysically, in reality, it's part of many, many other inches like it. The concept of entity is an issue of the context in which you define your terms. So that an entity has to be a material object, but what you regard as an entity in any given statement or inquiry depends on your definitions. You can regard part of an entity as a separate entity, and in that sense, all the vital organs are entities, and you have a separate science for the brain or the heart or the stomach. And in the context of that science, you study them as separate entities, never dropping the context that they are vital organs of a total entity, which is a human being. Parts, that's another term. Like you've got a car, and let's say there's a screw somewhere in the car to bind two parts of the car together. Is the screw an entity? Yeah, in some sense. But maybe not in the primary sense. What about the leg of a table? That's a part. You could saw it off, and then it's an entity in the primary sense, but while it's attached to the table, I don't think it's an entity in the primary sense, but it is in a non-primary sense. While I've never seen an atom except by specialized photography, I would consider it an entity by the ability to isolate it intellectually. Well, you could consider thoughts entities, concepts, and Ayn Rand actually does use the phrase mental entity at a certain point in ITOE. A concept is a mental entity, but that's not the primary sense of entity. And she uses the term material somewhere here, right? Yeah. An entity has to be a material object, which a thought is not. So in the primary sense of entity, it has to be material objects. But she doesn't use the term primary, whereas I think Leonard Peikoff used that term. So I guess to be I don't think a fetus is an entity in the primary sense of entity, whereas a human being is. Would you consider the observation of a couple of cells under a microscope a perceptual experience? Yes, in some sense. It's not an unaided perceptual experience. You're looking with the aid of the microscope. So you can, I guess you could break down that term perceptual experiences and maybe have subcategories within it. You could have direct, unaided perceptual experiences, and then indirect or aided perceptual experiences. Right now I'm looking through glasses, so I'm using an aid. So maybe to have a so maybe this is one of those cases where I would say yes and no, depending on the type of perceptual experience in question. But let's say you haven't seen atoms even through a microscope. You've just learned about them in science class. That's certainly not a perceptual awareness of atoms. But if you see them through like an electron microscope, if that's possible, I'm not sure exactly what you would see, but maybe you could say you're perceiving atoms with the aid of the microscope. So maybe just as with entity, there's a primary sense of entity, and then there are secondary or derivative senses of entity. Maybe we could also do that with perception and say there's a primary sense of perception where you're not using any aids at all. And then there's a secondary sense of perception where you are using something like a microscope. So maybe if that's a good distinction to have, then it's not a perceptual experience in the primary sense, but it is in the secondary sense. Now I'm tempted to add Newton's observations of light via prisms to abstract his thesis on the optics. I like the point that it's where you start epistemologically. That's what an entity is in the primary sense. And where you start as a baby or a child, you're looking at the world and you see human beings, and you can count them once you learn to count. And you don't see a fetus. So that's epistemologically, it's not at the first level. And this is not arbitrary. Conrad was using the term arbitrary. But entities are given in perception. We don't just arbitrarily choose to experience the world in terms of entities. That's just what's given to us. Just like pleasure and pain, they're just given to us. We don't arbitrarily decide licking an ice cream cone is going to give us some pleasure, and scraping our knee on the pavement when we fall is going to give us pain. No, that's just given by our nature. And likewise, a world of entities is given to us in perception. So I don't think what counts as an entity in the primary sense is something arbitrary. So if you take a human being to be a type of entity in the primary sense, then I don't think a fetus qualifies. Or a zygote, or an embryo. It's not part of our perceptual experience of the world. They're not given in perception. Whereas a human being is. I am given in perception if you see me. Can we at least agree on that human beings are types of entities And if by that we mean entity in the primary sense, then that rules out fetuses, right? But we were just starting to get into entities in that conversation with Conrad. We didn't get to distinguishing between entities in the primary sense and in derivative senses. But as I said, maybe that would be a good place to pick up if he calls back in. Okay, maybe I should read some of the earlier chats. Well, Greg just came in with with another one. Let me read that. So a prism is an entity that the light in an abstraction, in a certain sense, passes through it, and via refraction, as an epistemological identification, results in a rainbow on the wall. All right, I'm going to have to read that again to understand. A prism is an entity that the light passes through. I'm not sure you want that word it. And via refraction results in a rainbow on the wall. Oh, it is the prism. Yeah, I just wasn't sure grammatically you needed that. It. If you delete the it, I think I would still understand what you mean. Is light an abstraction? Do you see light, or do you see by means of light? I haven't thought much about this. Via refraction results in a rainbow. I'm not sure what to say about this. I agree the prism is an entity that the light passes through. I'm not sure I would say light is an abstraction, but you say in a certain sense. Yeah, I don't know about saying light is an abstraction. Do you see light, or do you see by means of light? Like if I'm in a dark room, I don't see anything. Or should I say I'm seeing blackness or darkness, or am I just not seen? And then I turn on the lights, and I see various things like the salt shaker and the bowl and the spoon and the sponge. Now, they have colors, right? The bowl is white, the sponge is green. But am I seeing light or am I seeing the bowl? Am I seeing green light on the sponge, or am I seeing a sponge by means of green light? How exactly do you parse that? I'm looking at a sponge right now. Maybe this is one of those cases where you need to distinguish between like primary and secondary senses. I think maybe the most natural thing to say is I'm seeing a sponge, not I'm seeing green light. Green light being reflected off of the sponge into my eye? But maybe you see things by means of light. It might depend. Like if let's say there's a beam of light, like a spotlight, a searchlight. No, I haven't read the optics. Greg asks if I've read the optics by Newton. If you see a searchlight in the sky, or like the Batman light, I think that's a case where the light itself is the object of perception. But if I'm just looking at a sponge, I wouldn't say this green sponge over here, I wouldn't say I see green light. I would say I see the sponge. So I think it might depend on what exactly it is you're looking at as to whether it makes sense to say you see the light or you see by means of the light. I've read a little bit, like just a page or two or three of Newton's Principia, but I've read very little of Newton's his own writings. Maybe one day. I'm sure it would be very interesting. But I already have a very long reading list of other things. Focused on the railroad industry in America right now. Roman Viking, I don't know if he's still here. Probably not. He's in Europe, I think, so he's probably sleeping. The human central nervous system creates the emergent functions like free will, reason, consciousness, which makes us distinctively human. Maybe answer the question when a clump of cells becomes a human by answering the question when a human stops being a human, aka dies. There's an article I recently read by Leonard Peikoff, which I think is good, worth reading. And it puts more stress, I think, than you might find elsewhere, like in Ayn Rand's own writings, about the issue of a human being a distinct entity. Let me see if I can pull up that article. Let's see, I'm showing the chat right now, so I can... Here it is. Abortion rights are pro-life. This is on Leonard Peikoff's website. I was having a discussion on Facebook about abortion recently with someone, and in the course of that discussion, I looked up this article to see what Leonard Peikoff had to say. Let me see if I can find some relevant comments. Well, this is related to Roman's idea about death. When a human stops being a human, aka dies. Leonard Peikoff says, if we are to accept the equation of the potential with the actual and call the embryo an unborn child, we could, with equal logic, call any adult an undead corpse and bury him alive or vivisect him for the instruction of medical students. Okay, now here's something more closely related to the issue of parts versus entities. He says that tiny growth, he's talking about an embryo, that massive protoplasm exists as a part of a woman's body. It is not an independently existing, biologically formed organism, let alone a person. That's the kind of point I was trying to stress. It's not its own thing out in the world. It's not an entity in the primary source. So I take this to be another way of putting that point. It's not an independently existing, biologically formed organism. That was another concept that came up. Is it even an organism? Or is it just a potential organism when it's an embryo? You might think to be an organism, it has to be independently existing, let alone a person. I think Conrad was saying he thinks it's a human from the moment of conception, but it's not a person until it starts getting consciousness. It's 22 weeks in or whatever. There starts to be brainwaves. And Peikoff is saying a person comes even later than being an organism. And it's not even an organism when it's in the womb. Or at least not an independently existing one. And I don't think that's not arbitrary, right? I think it's pretty clear. It's not an independently existing organism if it's attached to the inside of a mother. And just having its own unique DNA doesn't negate that fact. Rights belong to individuals, not to collectives or parts of an individual. So here, he's not construing the embryo or fetus, I guess. He talks more in terms of embryos in this article than fetuses. He focuses more on the first 3 months. But I think the same points would carry over to, see, again, he's talking about embryo. I don't know, does he talk about fetus at all in here? So you look at all those mentions of embryo, but if I put in fetus, there's only one. Murder. Does she have the right to choose murder? That's what abortion would be if the fetus were a person. So this is the point I was emphasizing. It's not an individual. It's just a part at this stage Rights belong only to individuals, not to collectives or to parts of an individual. To be an individual, I think that again, that ties into this idea of being something that's independently existing, which a fetus is not. Now, here's the other point that came up. Independent does not mean self-supporting. A child who depends on its parents for food, shelter, and clothing has rights because it is an actual separate human being. Conrad was saying the fetus is that. No, it's not. I mean, it's separate in a sense, but not in the relevant sense. Not in the primary sense. You could consider it as its own object of study and separate it from other objects of study, but that's a kind of mental separation. I mean, there's some kind of physical separation, like between the fetus and the liver and the heart and the kidneys. They're not all in the same place at the same time. But there's the primary sense of being an entity or a physically separate thing. It doesn't meet that. Okay, I think those are the most crucial passages to the conversation I was having. Let's see, I got to remember. Okay. Oh, Greg is calling? Nick is still here? Undead corpse. I don't know what you mean by calling, Greg. Did you try to call the show? I didn't see a call. So maybe you mean something else. Oh, now I hear it ringing. Maybe that's Greg. Hello? Hello? Hi. Oh, Greg Lewis. Hello. Oh, yeah, I didn't see... Yeah. Yeah, there is. I didn't hear it ring until just a few seconds ago. So, if you tried call... Oh, you were waiting for me to read that text in the chat before you actually dialed the number. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, well, welcome to the show. First... I just turned your audio on, by the way. I forgot. I had to unmute you.
I'm fine.
Before I forget, let me unmute you in all the scenes so that when I transition between scenes, I don't accidentally, you don't accidentally get caught off. Yeah, so you've been in the chat a long time, and this is your first time calling. You say you're more of a chatter than a caller. That's fine. I appreciate your support, by the way.
It's a lot it's a lot easier to communicate for me via text than it is to try and keep track to where I am in a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, whatever works best for you, that's fine.
Well,
So,
you hit on to Newton. Well, I actually brought up Newton in relationship to the entities, and it just seemed like a natural transition.
yeah, from the discussion of entities to the discussion of Newton was a
Well, Newton had done the optics. You said you mentioned you read a little bit of the Principia.
yeah, just a page or two a long time ago.
Yeah, are we live, or am I just talking
Yeah.
to you at the moment?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, you're live. You can be heard on YouTube.
That's fine. I just wanted to know what the context was that I'm speaking within. Yeah,
Sure.
no, I've read about half of the Principia. I did read the whole optics, and the optics was actually easier for me to digest than the Principia. The Principia starts to get into the mathematics, and it's like, okay, I can take it this far, but once he starts getting into where he started to go into he developed calculus, and I'm like, okay, this is a little deeper than I was ready to go. Calculus is a tough subject, but I've always enjoyed geometry. I ended up taking a career up into designing, so I dealt with lines and curves and radiuses, angles, and all that other stuff for drawing automotive body parts. Body and actually beyond body, I was getting into some of the transmission and some of the other stuff. But anyway, it was the optics that kind of tied it into it, and I hadn't thought about that before, where she was talking about the square inch of ground.
Yeah, I had forgotten that
you,
myself, but yeah, as soon as I saw that, I remember, oh yeah, she used that example from ITOE.
And you had brought up out of that the light. I tangented into the light, and you brought up, well, is it an entity? But I hadn't really thought about that before. I mean, yeah, we do consider it an entity. We're able to calculate the amount of time that it takes looking through a telescope, and I'm not quite sure how they do it, but looking at Jupiter when it passes through the shadow of Earth, and they were able to use that to help determine the speed of light.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I've heard about the Michelson-Morley experiments, but I guess that was related to relativity. Well, maybe also the speed of light. I'm not sure. I don't know the history of that very well.
Relativity, I think, has something more to do with if you're traveling at the speed of light, what does that do to time and dilation and all of that? And I've not really gotten into that as much. But the idea that light travels at about 186,000 miles an hour has something to do, one of the earlier calculations was due to the shadow of the Earth across the face of Jupiter and being able to use when the light stopped, when the light began again, knowing the approximate size based on the distance from Earth and the Sun of Jupiter and the size of the Earth. And I guess I've not been through all the mathematics to quantify it for myself, but I'm like, boy, this seems like it should all make sense.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I think I might have heard about that example in David Harriman's course. He gave a course for the Van Damme Academy many years ago, and he did a history of science course. And I think he might have discussed that example of measuring the speed of light using Jupiter, but I'm not sure. It's been a while since I
Uh, that would make sense in the sense that I think that's one of the main examples that are out there, but I'm not familiar with his course in those particulars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard. I think it's a really good course. I haven't finished listening to the whole thing, but I've heard maybe 85% of it. I guess some of that material. Well, I think Leonard Peikoff had David Harriman as a tutor and learned a lot of that material in private tutoring from him, and then developed his theory of induction.
Okay, I thought it was through Harriman.
You thought it was through Harriman that he?
I thought Peikoff had consulted Harriman for a lot of the science behind the induction.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. Maybe
okay,
I misspoke.
I thought you mentioned another name.
Oh no,
I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. So, were you just interested in coming up here to talk about the entity in light example a little bit, or was there anything else?
Well, that was the light. As you pointed out, you walk into a room and it's dark. You turn on the light. Is it the light that you're seeing, or is it the entities that the light makes it possible to see? So at what point? I mean, you look up at the sun, you're seeing the light of the sun, and it illuminates the surroundings that you're in, and in the absence of it, it's dark. Where do you determine that you are seeing light and see? Where's the determine the division, if you will, between where you're seeing based on the fact that there is light available to see versus, oh, wait a minute, I'm seeing light. I guess this kind of drives towards the entity part, which in one way, it's pretty easy. I mean, if I'm looking around and I see a step ladder over in the corner, I see candles sitting on candle holders, a canister of oats for oatmeal and other things that are in my surroundings. I mean, these are obviously entities. I can pick them up, I can hold them, I can open up canisters, I can light a candle, etc. But light? Well, wait a minute. I'm seeing all these things, and it's because of the light, which I have lights on in the room because it is dark over here on the opposite coast from where you're at. So, where do you, okay, we say light travels at 186,000 miles per second. Can you see that quickly? Well, I mean, can you see something moving that quickly?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I just had a thought that the more entity-like something is, the more you could say you do perceive it. Like I gave the example of a beam of light, like a searchlight in the sky. I think that's a case where I think it feels natural to me, at least, to say I'm seeing light. That is the object of my perception. That's the thing I'm perceiving. I'm not just perceiving by means of light. Like I'm seeing this green sponge in front of me. I wouldn't say there I'm perceiving green light. I'd say I'm perceiving a sponge. But if it's a beam of light in the sky, it's like it's separated out from. I'm imagining a dark background, and then there's this searchlight. There, it seems more entity-like. It's a kind of self-contained thing. It's got some clear boundaries, well-defined boundaries. And so I'm tempted to say in that context, I'm seeing light, not just by means of light. And also a rainbow, it stands out against a background of sky, and it's its own thing in a sense. It's at least somewhat more entity-like then
It does seem that way, but you're dealing then with rain and light going through it, and you're back to the prism and the refraction instance where Newton was studying through the pinholes of the light coming through, passing it through.
I lost your audio.
The observing the colors on the wall as they were dispersed, and that gave him some insight into the fact that the media through which the light passed would give it a different angle and broke up the light from white into the colors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you don't understand all that is going on when you're just a child and you look up in the sky and you see the rainbow. So
is it an entity or is it the result of other entities working? But as a child's mind, it is an entity. They see it.
Yeah, I think it does. At least it has entity-like characteristics. It stands out as a separate thing from other things in the environments. I guess unlike a fetus, you don't see a fetus out in your environment, but you see a rainbow out there. So it's at least somewhat entity-like. So that's a context in which I would say that, yeah, you do see light, not just by means of light. But, when you're in a more typical or normal context where it's not like a rainbow in the sky or a beam of lights, a searchlight, I'm just seeing things.
I go out to the lights that I have around the properties here, that when the evening comes in, the dark sets and the lights come on, I can see the light emitting from the various light bulbs that are around the property. Now, I'm not necessarily seeing the light bulbs, but I can see that the property is lit up by them. But again, that's borderline to the idea of, am I seeing the light, or am I seeing around it what is enabled by the light for me to see?
I'm not sure what to say about that. This is a pretty frontier, cutting edge topic.
It's not clear cut to me either, but it gets raised in the conversation that was taking place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I'm curious to know a little more about you, since you've been around my channel for a while. Anything you want to say? You said you were a draftsman for creating.
Almost 40 years. I'm retired now.
Okay, and you first started reading Rand when, or if
Probably
you want to say
1990s.
90s. Okay. So 30 some years ago. I started reading Rand in the 90s. 97 is when I first read Rand.
Okay, well, I was probably 88 to 92. I've got books that I've got dates written in, and one of the early reference are 1990, and I don't think that was my first book. How's that go?
1990, but not your first book. Okay.
Right, 1990 is one of the first times that I written into the cover of the book. Oh, okay, I'm reading this. It's 1990, and move on from there. It's not a consistent practice, but it's something I've come across in some of the books off my bookshelf.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Yeah, I didn't write the dates I wrote. Excuse me. But I know pretty much all the nonfiction I read in 97, summer of 97, and then summer of 98. I read started reading the fiction.
I started with ITOE and
Oh.
moved on from there. It was Atlas Shrugged was probably the first fiction book that I read. And when I set it down, it was like, wow, I got to go back to the world after this.
Yeah,
But it was an experience.
definitely. And what made you decide to read her at all? Did someone recommend her, or you just how did you hear about?
It's a little more complex than that. We had a guy in the area on a radio broadcast, and he used her as a sounding board. He was familiar with her. He used that as kind of the backdrop of what he was broadcasting for many years. So I had heard him reference it. I ended up with a landlord that had mentioned that, oh, you've listened to Mark Scott? Yeah, he reads from this book or that book, and he actually gave me a copy of Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. I picked it up. I read the first couple of pages. I hopped somewhere into the middle of the book and then somewhere later on in the book, and I'm looking at it and I could not connect the different things I had read together into one cohesive story. So I gave the book back to him and said, not really my cup of tea. And but one of the guys that I worked for ended up with an Ayn Rand lexicon on his board at the office. And sometimes I'd go over there and we'd look up something in the lexicon, and I don't even remember what it was that I said to him, but he gave me a copy of ITOE one day and said, you might be interested in this. And I went home and read that weekend, and I'm like, well, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah,
and
that's
took it from there.
okay. Yeah, that's an amazing work. ITOE.
One of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Atlas Shrugged these days, it seems that one has come more to the forefront over the last few years.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you're in I guess somewhere on the East Coast.
Actually, I'm in the Michigan
Or Eastern
area.
time zone, I should say. I mean, Eastern time
Yes.
zone. Okay, so 3 hours ahead. Gotcha. All right. Do you ever go to any events or like conferences?
I'm going to be attending my first one coming up next month.
Oh, congratulations. Cool. I hope you enjoy that.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Going down there with some good people.
All right. Good. Well, thanks for calling in, Greg. It was good to chat with you after seeing you in my chat for so long. And thanks for all your super chats or your super stickers. I definitely appreciate that.
Hopefully, we'll get a chance to do it again sometime if conversation leads into an area that I have to dive into.
Yeah, we could definitely talk again sometime. All right. Well, I guess unless if there's anything else you want to say while you're up here, feel free. Otherwise, I guess I'll go back to the chat, read some more chats, and engage with them.
Head back to it, and we'll tag in for a while until we got to pull up the covers and find a pillow.
All right.
Until
Sounds
then,
good. Okay.
talk to you later. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Hopefully that sound came through. All right. I noticed there was one spot where I lost his audio, but it was only for a couple seconds or so. All right. So what's next? Anyone want to raise a new topic? I usually go until a little bit after 9, which means if I do that today, I'd go for about another hour. But last time I ended a bit before that. I see you just got a new subscriber. Thank you for that, whoever subscribed. Well, we got a lot more into the topic of entities than I think I've ever gotten into, more than I've gotten into it before, so I'm glad about that. I feel like I pushed the boundaries of my understanding of entities and how it relates to the topic of what a human being is and ultimately the abortion debate. So I'm glad that I dived into it some more than I had done before. That's one of the highlights of today's stream, for me at least. Now's a good time to raise a topic. If you want me to talk about something, because you don't have any competition. You can also still call in. Mellow Mouse said he was interested in calling in, but maybe he's gone now. That was a while ago. Shortly before I took Conrad's call. Maybe I should just look through some of these earlier chats that I didn't engage with yet. I don't know where I left off. Okay, I think I read... Yeah, I read this before. Audrey says, cannabis is the genus of the 2 species of marijuana used for its psychoactive properties. C. indica and C. sativa. What are some of the limitations of objectivism? That was from Robin Harrison, who was my first caller of the day. It doesn't cover the theory of induction. Leonard Peikoff does. So if you consider that to be a limitation, well, there's one. But I think it's correct in what it does cover, at least in all its essentials. Objectivism doesn't automatically confer back rubs and massages. That's a limitation. $15 likes. Thank you. See, now if you let me know you're still here, then I will more likely engage with your chat because I want to give some priority to people who are here live. So if Florida Nick says, I'm still here, then I will do a search. I won't just scroll. I'll do a search so I can quickly go to any chats by him and see if there's anything to engage with. Is there anything about human nature or the nature of human societies that Ayn Rand doesn't account for? Well, maybe how are humans able to induce? You might consider that part of human nature. So that I mentioned that just a minute ago. She didn't offer an account of induction. Yet that is an important part of human nature, that we can do that. But she did an amazing amount. I don't fault her, for what she didn't do. I admire her for what she did do. It's amazing that she did as much as she did. Here I was having my technical difficulties. Which I ironed out first by re-establishing a video source in OBS, but then shortly after I did that and I got my video unfrozen, OBS crashed and then I had to restart it. While Rand didn't delve deeply into induction, her protege did explore it a little bit, says Greg. Yeah. Well, maybe more than a little bit. He gave a whole lecture course. Ultimately turned out to be I think a 6 or 7 lecture course. And then the core of his theory was presented in David Harriman's book, The Logical Leap. Objectivism prioritizes honesty, says Robert, and integrity, rationality, productiveness, justice, independence, pride. That was during my call with the first caller, Robin. He was the one who was saying that telling stories is a way to get people to do the right thing, because if you tell them the truth, they're not rational enough to understand it or something. I forget exactly how honesty came up there, though. I guess you're not being honest if you're just telling people. I think maybe that was when he was saying something like religion tells people not to lie and therefore be honest. And Robert is saying, well, objectivism prioritizes honesty. Maybe that was the connection here. Anyway, Mellow Mouse says, I believe America flourished when Christians emphasized righteousness, i.e. advocating for your just and good cause. Notice how similar this is to objectivists advocating for self-interests proudly. And egoistic morality is something to be excited for. Some This is refreshingly honest and self-aware. It's true that many religions are based on storytelling as a core mechanism. However, stories are similar to tricks because their effects are subtle and bypass rationality. Consider the etymological roots of the gospel. The good spell, the good story. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't showing my chat on the screen. After reading on Newton, the attack on him came from two fronts, says Greg. The religious and the approach to turn base metals into gold as approaches to discredit him. Okay, now we get to the abortion chats from Gene, or the ones relating to babies and humans and rights. Okay, I read all those. If a mom doesn't want the newborn baby, does government still protect it and force someone to care for it? I wanted to look up before what the rules are for leaving a child on a doorstep or in front of a firehouse. AI says, yes, it is legal to leave a baby at a firehouse, provided you follow the specific rules of your local safe haven or safely surrendered baby law. This allows you to surrender an unharmed infant anonymously without fear of prosecution for abandonment. I'm going to put this on the screen. Because laws and specific rules vary by location, several critical guidelines must be strictly followed to ensure it remains a legal safe haven surrender. Hand directly to staff. You cannot simply leave the baby outside or on the doorstep. This is considered illegal child abandonment. You must hand the infant directly to an on-duty firefighter or first responder. Age limit in California, the law covers babies who are 72 hours old or younger. The time frame can range anywhere from 3 days to 30 days depending on the state. The baby must not show signs of child abuse or neglect. You will not be prosecuted for abandonment as long as the child is unharmed, but you may be asked to voluntarily provide medical history on an anonymous form to ensure the baby receives proper care. You will typically be given a matching ID bracelet with the baby. This is done to help you easily reclaim the child within a specific window of time, for example, 14 days if you change your mind. To locate the closest designated safe surrender site near you, you can visit the California Department of Social Services website or dial that number. All right, so I guess that's gives you some idea of the rules on surrendering babies. In answer to Gene Walter's question, if mom doesn't want the newborn baby, does government still protect it and force someone to care for it? Well, I guess that didn't answer the part about does the government still protect it and force someone to care for it. At least not explicitly, but I guess given that fire stations are tax funded, and if you can hand them off to fire stations, people at fire stations, then I guess that indirectly means that you can force people to care for it. Taxes go to fund the fire stations take care of the baby, or at least they hand it off to someone else who takes care of the baby. I mean, it shouldn't involve coercion. So in a free market, a free society, there should be private voluntary charities that support infants who are surrendered. People shouldn't be coerced. And what if there is no funds of charity? Well, maybe then the parents can be prosecuted. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. Maybe it only makes sense that you could surrender a child like that if you have a system in place to care for the child, whether tax funded or voluntary. It should be voluntary, but there's got to be something in place, I think, in order to. Otherwise, I think the infant's rights are being violated. alchemy that also discredited Newton. He believed in a god of some sort, I think. I don't know if it was the traditional Christian God or something else. But it has to be a fire station, not a church, as sometimes shown in television shows. I don't know if it has to be a fire station. That's just the example I remember. But maybe there are other places you could leave a child depending on the jurisdiction. Like churches. Not that I plan on giving birth anytime soon, says Greg. What if there were no funds of charities? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Who will build the roads? Well, then I think the parent just can't surrender the child. Maybe that's what would happen if there were no funds to take care of the child. As for who will build the roads, entrepreneurs. More views on the show today than last time. Although, I don't know if that's just because I had a lot of trolls come by at the beginning. All right. Well, maybe I should end the show now. Looks like the chat is winding down. I'll give you one more minute to jump in with a chat or a call. Otherwise, I think I'll just end the show for today. And my next show will be in June, right? I think the 5 days from now, is that June 1st? Monday? Yeah. Monday, June 1st. So unless something comes up for me on that day, then I will stream that day. Good night. Thanks for the show, says Nick. You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a channel member. I see both you and Greg have stars on an aqua background showing that I think that you've been channel members for more than a month. I appreciate it. You too can become a channel member by clicking the join button for 99 cents. I'll give your chats some priority. All right. Have a good evening. And I will see you in 5 days. Thanks for all the likes, subscriptions, shares, comments, chats, super chats, calls. All right. See you next time. Bye.